Okay, wow. We are on. Greetings, everybody. Tanzan here on Saturday, different day from regular. As always, we begin with our prayers to the ancestors and for guidance, for insight, for illumination, and for peace. Yes, let's ask for peace because that's something that sometimes we are in dire need of, and we need peace. So thank you to the ancestors for giving us life, for watching over us, and for guiding us. So thank you. All right, let us begin. I wasn't really it. Firstly, it is like the radio announcements. It is 1 o'clock in the AM in California time. So it's a very strange time to be up, um, you know, talking, making noise in the middle of the night. Sort of like a weird thing to do. But here we are. Here we are. I might just be talking to myself and whispering. I hope I'm not whispering because anyway, let's just proceed. Let's see how it goes and so on. So today, um, I was talking. The topic is about the youth and the leaders, and we want things to be better for the descendants. We talk about the ancestors who gave us life, but we are the ones who are going to give life, inspiration, all that to the next generation of descendants. So the descendants right now are our immediate ones are the youth, and they are the ones who are going to be in power in the next 10, 20 years. And if we do not, prepare them, if we do not show them how to, take over, it's going to be, things are going to get not better. Let's just say that. I'm trying to be positive. But we see a lot of the times, we have people who, even though they're wise, in African tradition, we were always respectful of elders, of those who came before us, because they had experience, they had the knowledge, and so on. And maybe this is why so many times we have people who stay in power for quite a long time. I mean, I can't really say what's the length of time that you're supposed to have power, but I would think that it's supposed to be something that people try to get a variety of people to be in charge, to see what works, what doesn't. Maybe some of the reasons why we still have problems is because we're facing stagnation, we're facing um, a lack of creativity, a lack of innovation, not just in the technical areas, but also in leadership, because even leadership requires innovation. It requires you knowing what the people are experiencing, what the people want, and knowing how to meet the people where they are. So sometimes our leaders are out of touch, not just economically, but generationally. Economically, because sometimes they do, live a lifestyle that is not, typical of the common person. And so they lose touch with the struggle of the common person. They forget how much it costs to live, how much it costs to raise children, and so on. But the other thing that they do is that, power makes people comfortable. They say power corrupts, but it also makes you lazy. It also makes you greedy. It makes you complacent. And so you forget why you got into power in the first place, and you simply continue regurgitating the old systems which might not work anymore. So when we look at power, you also have to look at how to make it innovative, how to make it new and fresh, and and able to meet the needs of the people. And we know that in Africa we have one of the youngest populations, while everybody, you know, in most parts of the world they're dealing with an aging population. We actually have one of the youngest populations. I think, if I don't get the figure, somebody might, but I think 50% of Africans are below age 25. So, that alone in terms of human mental resources is a big thing, because resources, ideas, even when you look at political innovation, a lot of the people that we celebrate, a lot of our heroes were actually very young when they even started. I think Thomas Sankara was in his maybe 20s or late 20s or 30s. Most of the scholars who went abroad, Nyerere, Nkrumah, and so on, they were in they were quite young when you look at it. So I think even in America, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, I think they were both they were probably not far into their 40s. So it has been the movement has always been led by young people, by students, by people who had ideas about how to change what was wrong, because the people who really feel the impact of society, of where the direction of things is going, are the young people. They are the ones who are going to be affected the most. They are the ones who are going to be, feeling the pain, so to speak. So when we look at young people, we have to look to them not only for ideas, but also for solutions. We have to ask them, well, what do you want us to do, and how can we help you? So, one of the reasons why I know this is a very weird and strange time to be hosting this, but I'm hoping that in the future we can reach some of the young people on the continent. We do have a show on Tuesdays. Yes, on Tuesdays. So that's when I was on earlier. But we do have a show on Tuesday with the Swahili program with Paul Justin, and he talks with the young students who go to the university in Dar es Salaam, I believe. And they have very insightful conversations, and they talk a lot about development, about the economy, about jobs, about the reality that young people are facing in Africa today. And it's a conversation that needs to be had, because they do, it's not just that, they're asking for things. They're actually introducing ideas. They actually have a future and a plan, and they know that they are the ones who are going to be responsible for things, whether they go right or wrong. So we have to listen to the young people, and not just that, but we have to prepare them for the future. The reason why maybe we might not have people always complain about, oh, the leadership. Maybe who's training the leaders, who's showing the people where to go. Our view of politics, even as individuals, has been very skewed. We have seen politically as a way to benefit individuals. Or you're a politician, therefore you should be rich or having a certain lifestyle and so on. But we have forgotten that government, state rulership, leadership, all of that, it was supposed to be a servant of the people. The king or the leader is servant of the people. The leader, and they follow him. He leads them because he wants everybody in the society to benefit. He wants people to improve their, to be better, to thrive. So he's not there to enrich himself. He's there to enrich everybody in a way. So, and also um, to exercise the mandate of the community. If the people want a certain way, if they want to go in a certain direction, he is the one to implement those desires and demands sometimes. So if we as a people also want good leaders, we also have to prepare them for leadership. We also have to be good followers, and good followership means that you you expect accountability, and you're also accountable, that um, you judge correctly. You simply don't look at a leader, especially when choosing leaders. You don't simply look at a leader and say, oh, well, he has a nice suit, or I like just superficial things. You're supposed to look at somebody and say, how can this person benefit the people? How can this person improve society? What ideas, what plans, what does this person bring to be a leader? Why would I follow this person? So as people, we should also know how to judge our leaders. And then once we judge them to be competent and to be able to lead, then we should give them that that trust and confidence to lead. Oh wow, okay, we have our first guest in the house. Greetings, Ubala Arya. Wow, very interesting name that is. Greetings, Ugubala. Welcome. Yes, so we were talking about the state of leadership in Africa, and what we can do to improve the quality, to prepare the next generation of young people, to have them be, accountable to the people, to have them be responsible to themselves, to see government as a responsibility and not as an opportunity for enrichment. It should be something that people genuinely get into, and also to understand the risks. I think that people really don't understand the dangers, the sacrifices, the difficulties that come in wanting all of this, in wanting to be, the leader of your people. Leadership is not an enviable role. It's something that few people, a lot of people want, but few people are really qualified for, because you do have to give up a lot. You have to be single-minded. You have to be both confident and humble. You have to be able to, to be alone, but you also have to be able to be good with people. So being a leader is not simply a way to be popular. In fact, you should have the respect of your people, but you can't always rely on being popular. There may be some things that you may see that you see further than maybe your followers do, or or you have different counsel. So yeah, it's not always something to aspire towards personal enrichment. It's more something that you have to have that conviction to be a leader. You have to want to do better for not just yourself, but for your own people. So when we talk about our traditions, it's usually not just the marriage and so on, but also preparation for every stage of your life. When there was always rites and practices that were done, during birth, during initiation, and so on. And those ones were always used to prepare everyone for the role that they were going to have in society. If you were a boy, you had your your older brothers, your elder uncles, your so on. They would prepare you for what it meant to be a man. They would prepare you for adulthood, for marriage, and so on. And it's the same thing with the women. The women also had their system where they would prepare the young ladies to be a part of the community. And in the same way, leaders were also prepared. There was a system of apprenticeship, well, sort of, when, if, for example, if your parents had a particular trade, they would teach also the children to take up that trade. So you're not only taught to be a member of the community, you are also taught to have your role and to make a living, and usually to follow the footsteps of your parents or family. Not that it was that restricted. I think that you were also able to transition across, but usually it was within the family. And so if you're being trained to be a warrior as a man, for example, there was warriorhood, there was marriage, there was eldership, and so on. At every stage of your life, you would be prepared for it. And so a leader was not just, born, or no, actually, a leader was born, a leader was trained, a leader was taught, a leader was prepared to be a leader. He was taught through every stage of his life to assume certain responsibilities. So when somebody, got into a position of authority, ready to, to assume, they had a certain frame of mind, that it was not to simply take and take, it was more to take with the idea of giving. So, that mentality maybe has eroded a little bit nowadays. Maybe the conception of leadership is different, but that is what it was. If you're a leader, you are somebody who was respected because you brought improvement to the people. So yeah, well, we're here today. I don't know if people want to come in. I know it might be a different time. I'm not going to be out too long, only because it's also a very weird time for me. But so for those who are listening later, I would just exhort the people who are listening, especially if you're young, to think about what you can do, because for people who have lived, their time is over. Even the people who are in leadership, in positions of authority or security, their time is over. The people who are going to really um, experience the symptoms of the last 10, 20 years are the people who are coming up. And what are the priorities for young people today? What do young people want to do with their lives? What is student life like? um, when new thinking, when new ideas and innovations came up, it was usually from the student class. It was usually from the scholars, from the young people who had gone off, and it was this exchange of ideas where different people from backgrounds would come together and talk, exchange ideas. And this happens in universities everywhere, even now, and especially in the past, when people got a chance to travel. Africans went abroad to Europe, to America, and the same thing, to a different scale with other people. So when you get a chance to really listen to somebody else's point of view, somebody else's experience, it really opens up, your worldview. It makes you see things in a whole different light. So this is the reason why it's important, to have those places where people can congregate. It's important to have a, um, a building, a physical place where people can talk and exchange ideas and challenge each other and so on. And universities have always been fertile ground for this, where students not only learn, but they also meet each other. So in universities, right now, the college culture, there's innovation, there's creativity, there's people who young people who are doing new things. Oh, hello, Neo Mfax. Good to have you. I don't know where you are, but thank you for joining. I know it's probably a weird time for everybody except those in Africa, but yeah, good. Thank you for joining us. Um, yeah, so I was saying that one of the areas where you can have this great innovation is oh, okay. Ugbala Arya says it's Ali here. I was listening to Nelson Mandela's speech on 90s in New York. Still sounds fresh after 30 years. Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, that's interesting. It's early here as well. No, I don't even know if fair to call it early. Early would be morning. It's the middle of the night here. So it's about 1:30 in the middle of the night. So I know it's if people find me right now, they'll be like, "Who?" Anyway, so the the importance of having a place where people oh my goodness, what a big surprise. Mondetezi in the building at this time, taking a weird night walk. Okay. Greetings, Stacey. Yeah, so I was saying that that the universities are the fertile ground for this student, for the nurturing of the student minds, for the nurturing of African leaders. This is where we're going to find the people who are going to get the new ideas, who are going to implement them, who are going to actually be in power. If 11, hey, sasa, hey, 11 a.m. Okay, sawa sawa. Okay, huku ni 1 a.m. 1 a.m. So, what I did, let's see, okay, let me not go all foreign on you, everyone. But what I did is I had to stay up very late. I slept early. I woke up and I said, okay, I'm just going to wake up and do this and see what happens. So, yeah. So anyway, you know, so universities is where young people meet and they talk, they do all that stuff. But it's also where they meet up to just party. Like everybody knows the college scene, you know, there are actually some universities which are more party scene than others. But in general, you know, people meet up there to just enjoy life, and nothing wrong with that. You know, it's when you're young you should do it, absolutely. But are people just partying at this expense of, you know, other things? Are young people as politically involved as they used to be, let's say in the 60s or 70s? Are they looking at changing the world or doing something different and, you know, improving the future? um Oh, wow. Okay, cool. We have an early morning guest. Hi, greetings, Karibu.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Seba,
Niko poa tu. Na wewe?
mi pia, mi
Wewe
pia.
pia
Umekuja
nimeona
in
una
peace ama umekuja na vita?
leo nimekuja na constructive development process, and I think it's a nice little conversation. Where are the leaders of the future? I think I like this conversation.
Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, what are your thoughts? You might be one of them, I'm sure.
No, it might be. I have to be, you know.
Okay, okay.
No, I think it's morally wrong if you have a certain knowledge that is not common. So you have an uncommon knowledge or understanding, and then you don't utilize it to improve things where you are. I think that will be immoral for me, at least for my own moral principles. So I definitely can see that. Yeah, leadership is important, especially if you know a little bit about it. I would say some of the areas which I think I've from living in Kenya for the last few months, I think almost a year now. I've learned a lot about how people are in general. I know I've learned, you know, generally why people become corrupted when they go to these leadership, let's just say government. And, you know, it's interesting. The whole system is corrupt. So even if someone goes there with the right intentions, most people are not strong enough to fight it because you're going to be having to fight the system as well as the people within the system. So if you're out here trying to make changes, you're trying to reduce corruption. If you don't participate in the corruption, they will come for you. So it's a very interesting situation. How does a young leader, once they have developed themselves, now they believe they're ready to go for governorship or senatehood or, you know, MP or even higher levels of let's say leadership in a country level, how do you really then prevent yourself from being corrupted by the system? Because, like, as I mentioned, if the whole system is against you, the people that operate in the system are against you, how do you survive that? Because, yeah, it's a real question I ask because where's the fine line between leadership and politics? And I would say Magafuli was a decent leader, but not a great politician because he didn't make enough friends. And so I want to kind of circumvent some of the pitfalls that comes with effective leadership, but ineffective politics.
Hmm. Good point. Leadership versus politics. And for me, I think that, in order to be a leader, you sort of have to get mired in politics for a while and somehow, I don't know how, but somehow transcend it and still keep your wits and your morals about you. Because people are not going, you can't be a leader outside of politics, unless you're a religious leader. But if you're going to actually make changes in the system, you really do have to get into politics. But knowing that, when you get into it, you have to make compromises. You're going to have to get your hands dirty. You have to go to you have to play the game and so on. So even if you emerge as a leader, you're still compromised in a way, but I think it's a compromise that is necessary, because I don't see how you can be a leader without being in politics. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, very, very, very good points. And yeah, so you can be in politics, but you need to learn how to maneuver in politics. Because if you don't know, obviously pitfalls will befall you. If you don't know how to set yourself separate from everyone else, how to make the right games. Because your politics, and let me just kind of differentiate politics with leadership. Politics is the game that you play. It's the greasing of the right hands. It's the formation of the right relationships with people. Because again, we're all human beings. Whether it's government or anywhere, people have their own feelings, their own desires, and and their own agendas. So politics is making sure that you have all the right friends in the right areas. Let's say you want to develop a specific city. Let's say you want to increase. Okay, let's say you want to. There's a mine happening in Kakamega, and you want to do a deal with a foreign company to come and mine it. If you are a leader in government, you need to now go to the governor and whoever else has the ability to sign off that document and give access to that foreign company. Well, let's say it's even a Kenyan company before that they can start mining. So if you don't actually have the right friends, you might have many great ideas, but the people are just going to block you because the issue with um, politics and people in general is it's not like we all just want the same thing as in developing, and it's not even like we all agree. Sometimes people might not agree with you or even see the big picture, but they agree. They end up working with you because they're going to be benefited somehow. So I believe that if you are going to teach effective leadership, you need to teach how politics is done, uh, also without corrupting yourself. So without going the extra mile. Now you're greasing too many hands, and now you're benefiting significantly from it while the project is not being finished. Now that's where the corruption happens. Is once you start involving yourself in politics, you start becoming a politician, politician, and yeah.
Yeah, politician. Now, I was talking about preparation for leadership as well. Okay, we'll get back to politics because we know that it's dirty. You have to do this and that, but in terms of leadership, how do we prepare young people for leadership? Because what it seems to me right now, politics is like a random
Mm.
game. Whoever is
Right.
popular. Sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh. So right now, it seems like politics is something that you just throw in your hat, and if you look good enough for the masses, you're in. Or if you have the right, words and charm and so on. But leaders is something that is cultivated. Even when you look at most of the the empires and so on, they actually cultivated it, whether it was in a class or in a family or in a position, but people were prepared for those roles in leadership. Do you think that we can have a leadership class? Is that something that is possible for us or no?
Right. I think if we did that, we'd have to have an agenda. So like one of these lobby groups, and we'd have to have an agenda of, let's say, changing. Okay, let's say we have the the Swahili, okay, the Kaizoran nation. Okay, that's the Swahili nation, Kaizoran lobby group, And the lobby group, again, we could get funding from different places, GoFundMe, or also like official channels that have funding for these sort of projects and leadership. And we'd have an agenda, and then the agenda would be, an example is empowering young vijanas, youth in different areas, in different countries. Again, we have to start somewhere. We lay roots in one country, in one area, and then we start to have classes. It could be Zoom meetings to begin with, or actually StreamYard. To be honest, is pretty good. You can have like 10 people inside the meeting, and it can be privatized. You can record it and then put the video on private, etc., so we can review it, and you'd be able to start the classes that way. We bring in different people. We create a simple curriculum, simple to start with, and then once we see the results, we change it, and then we evolve. And I think, yes, we can start teaching leadership, because the thing, what I've noticed is, okay, education is great, because if people don't have the basics of how things work, they're just going to do things their own way. And just because you do things your own way, works in your own little life, it does not mean that it's going to work, when you're expanding, when you're scaling things up. So yeah, 100%. We find people who are willing to give their time, and then also we have dedicated students who go through a course. We can't make it too long, etc., because just a simple, we can have different levels, because people feel good when something isn't too long and they feel like they've moved forward. So create like a short course, and then there's different levels to it, and then hopefully they can start engaging with the partners on the ground, and that's more of the practical stuff that I believe is also needed, so that we can show growth and instill empowerment in the person to know, okay, I can do it.
I think on top of that, we should also, I don't know how this would work, but we should also have a class on politics. But that would be sort of, I don't know how that would work, because politics is more of networking, being able to talk to people, being able to look the other way when it's. I think people should watch Yes, Prime Minister. Have you ever seen that show?
Yes, Prime Minister. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's an old one, but it's like the House of Cards thing.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Because
That's
this is a problem with us as Africans. We do not know how to play games. We do not know how to play psychological, emotional, all those kinds of games. Like there was this thing I had that when African presidents go to China, to talk over the loans, those people already know, their drinks, their what kind of food they like, what kind of, yeah, well, let's just leave it at that. They know what they like. So by the time you get there, and those things really really work, they're powerful. If you feed somebody before a meal, they are more likely to be susceptible to what you tell them. If you play a certain music, if you have lights in a certain way, so they do all these things. So by the time they apply them with all the things that they like, so by the time they're down to the it's a signing, and the little details, like, it's just a wash. And there was this lady who was saying that they like going over to Africa, because in Africa people don't really negotiate. You go in there, the whole process takes like an hour and so on. You go, you drink, you eat, and then you're out of there. Whereas if you go to other countries, they actually look at everything. So those are one of the things too that we need to teach these future either leaders or politicians, how to negotiate, how to be able to go into a room and know what you want, know what the details are. You're not just there to eat and meet and greet and you're there to actually fight and play the room. You understand?
Yeah, actually, no. I think one of the reasons why we don't negotiate well, and I'm generalizing here, but this is just from my own opinion.
Hmm.
I think, unfortunately, from what I've seen in general, most Africans, just in day to day, and then I'm going to generalize to leaders, we try to get a good deal uh, for the immediate, but we don't tend to want to get a good deal for the long term. I think that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
So, culturally wise, we sort of most people are always trying to negotiate to get a very good deal in the forefront, but they forget a few things about, okay, how does that deal affect things across time. So that is, I would say, is our biggest weakness. So actually, those leaders in there, they think they're getting a really good deal, when there's like in face value, but then they're not thinking about across everything. And this is why, let's say, I'll give you an example of one thing Magafuli did, which I think is good. Or just an example, but building, building a bridge, and then making China build it, and then paying China back through the toll prices, something like that. And it's like a joint project where they get a percentage money back, and they actually own a percentage of that bridge, etc. And they're going to be able to, maintenance and everything. The government and China obviously take parts in fixing it, especially if it's a lucrative project. So let's say this whole lap set. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that you have to privatize everything and sell parts of your country's um, all the time, right? I think there's places and times for this, but realistically, if you don't want to get in debt, and first of all, let's say Kenya is building the superhighway from Lamu all the way to South Ethiopia, and I think they actually try and build it all the way to Addis, but anyways, and also South Sudan. Now, obviously they got funding the way they got funding, but if I was to build a project like this, clearly there's a huge market for a superhighway across this junction. Two countries which when they are stable, and I believe they will be stable, like South Sudan for example, have access to oil. There's an oil route there, for example. I mean, literally the country is swimming in it. Ethiopia opens up also cross-border trade with the rest of Northeast Africa. And obviously now Ethiopia would have two access, the Djibouti and also Kenya. So it's a whole market where there'll be satellite towns all across from Garissa, Wajir, all the way up to Marsabit, North Marsabit, etc. So all these things will happen naturally. Satellite towns being built because people see that the stopovers, etc. for all these trade. Because again, there's going to be a lot of things coming through these areas. If I was a politician in Kenya, all right, what I'll do is I'll try to figure out people with vested interests, vested in, investors, like literally like oil companies. That then you'd have to have it like you speak to the whatever the Sudanese people, explain to them, okay, look, we'll enter into this agreement. You allow us to be the people who are going to be drilling this oil. The oil people help you build it with a much lower reduced cost because they can use it, transporting it, etc. You figure out how you all benefit without getting into debt. And this is the kind of things which I will say is a good business strategy. You look at the whole picture and then you do things the way that makes sense. I don't believe we should just do things because, okay, we'll just build a road because we need it. Yes, but how do we best build it? How do we best benefit from it? How much percentage of Kenyans can do the jobs that China, which jobs, like let's say you're building a project, let's say a road, like a superhighway. How much Chinese do you actually need in a project like that? And this is the kind of stuff that you need to be able to negotiate. Yes, fine. You could say that the chief engineers, could be Chinese because they have more experience. Fine. But you really don't need the builders. You don't need the low level engineers. Like once you've given them the plans to be Chinese, because Kenyans have that skill. It's like being able to look at it realistically. Okay, yes, you built more bridges than us. We will trust the chief engineer to you guys, but all the other engineers who are working with them should be Kenyan. Things like that should be simple. And you see what China, China is just an example as a business partner. They will, even if you leave the room, you need to show them that you can go somewhere else. And I think this is where Africa needs to start diversifying where they get money from. This idea of, first it was IMF, now IMF is sort of slowed down for various different reasons, and now it's China. It should not be this is my friend relationship. Or it should be
Africans are just too exclusive. Like they find one
that,
person and like, I have met the financier of my life.
exactly
We are
that.
married now.
Right, right. What we need to do is have like a very high level depth proposals. We go to Russia. We're like, hey, are you guys able to? This is what we like from you. Do you counter this? What could you offer if you're interested or if you're not interested? You go across all these countries and then you choose the best deal, and then you try to,
And you lie. You just lie. You
right,
just say, hey, Russia has
exactly.
promised us, a 10% interest rate. Can you do better than that? Instead of just saying, oh, what can you do for us? We poor, just, oh, man. Okay,
Have you had?
there's this.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's this guy, Thomas Cochrane, whatever, but he's Cochrane with an E. He was this British sea warring captain, and he fought everywhere from Europe, South America, all over the place. But the thing about him was that no matter whether he had the advantage or not, he always exaggerated it. He always lied. He always, deceived his people, his enemy, and so on. So that's what you do. War is not just about winning. It's not just about, oh well, you show all your hands. No, lie away. Do what you need to do to win. So we Africans have become very, we're going in there as moral beings instead of,
Yeah,
as you should go in there as this is a ring, you're going to fight, let's see who gets the best deal,
yeah.
that sort of
I
thing.
think I think you made a really good point, and I think I want to add context here, and this is where I believe wisdom and maturity leads you to creating better leaders. The problem is also Africans. We have this in general. We think we're morally good people. So what
Hmm.
happens is when we confront, let's say, Machiavellianism, you know, we can't somehow think it's wrong, and we think that we're committing a sin.
Hmm.
Meanwhile, you don't separate between the individual life for your individual personal relationship versus you as a leader of a state or government. It's a very different situation. Sure, you still need to be moral. Don't harm people, but it's a very very different situation. You're not morally wrong for lying to your, not even lying, just not giving full information to your investors. That's just called. That's how the game is played. That's literally it. So the issue is with us. I think deep down we somehow have this inhibition of, oh, maybe we're doing something wrong, and that's now the issue. I think we need to fully understand that there's a separation point between leadership and a normal citizen. Like a soldier, you're not supposed to kill people, but a soldier has to do it to protect people. We need to have that really clear demarcation that um, state level, government level moves are not the same as an individual life move, because you're not doing it for your own benefit. You're doing what you're doing because that's how the game is played. It's literally like this, right? Christians or Muslims, I say, oh, lying is wrong. Well, do you think the Kenya's defense or NIS, national something's NIS, National Intelligence Service, do you think that they should just tell everyone, oh, by the way, yeah, we're looking at this guy, his name is Mo Farah. You can't just go around telling a secret. That's the issue. Even this is true in a personal life. It's like we miscommunicate, or rather we misunderstood the moral principles. Like when it says you shouldn't lie, well, clearly you're supposed to lie, right? Maybe what they mean is lying is intention
Clearly.
to deceive for their malicious intent. Fine.
Mhm.
But of course you're not supposed to tell everyone everything. It's the most retarded thing, but we're not thinking enough to separate. Well, you don't lie by creating false stories to harm other people's lives in general. But literally, if someone's asking, oh, how much money do you make? Of course you're supposed to lie. Like you're gonna go around being like a billionaire and then telling everyone how much money you have so that they can manipulate you. This is now the issue. It's we need to teach leaders to separate their own moral preferences versus true sight, being able to truly see what needs to be done to win in the game.
I like what you said about that contextualization thing, because even when you look at a lot of proverbs, if you look at all the wisdom of the world, if you find one proverb that says something, you'll probably find another that says the opposite. So everything is contradictory, but the importance is the context. Haraka haraka haina baraka, kidogo kidogo. I can't remember that one, but in any case, everything has a context to it. So if you cannot know when to use politics and when to use leadership, because politics is internal. Politics is what you do with the people who are trying to get the same thing that you are. You're in a country, you're both fighting for that national pie and so on. So yeah, you can make deals and allies and so on, but when you go international or globally, you're looking into leadership where everybody's trying to get the most for their own people. So at that point, you're not looking to make deals, you're trying to get the most that you can. So we don't go in there separating, like you say, demarcating the when you're supposed to have the politics, when you're supposed to be a leader, when you're supposed to finesse people, and when you're supposed to be transparent with them. And another thing that African leaders also don't really do with their people, this relationship with the people, they don't tell them what the real situation of the world is. They don't tell them that this is what we need to do. Let's say that the country is about to go into a very restrictive environmental economical time. depression or whatever it is. You're supposed to prepare your people and tell people, this is what we need to do, even if you have to rouse them up with political sentiments and all that. But most of the time, our leaders, they just let people, suffer in confusion and silence. If you want people to rally behind you in good and bad, you have to give them a reason to do that. If you want them to, enjoy the success, you have to tell them, because we're the greatest. And if people are suffering, you have to let them know it's because we're sacrificing or whatever. But a lot of the times, African governments, they're not even open with their own people. And so you have this disconnect between the people and the leaders of the government, and people are simply looking to get what they can, both at the bottom and at the top. But I think that if you had more transparent leaders, if you really were open with a few people and made them understand that this is what needs to be done and this is what we ask as people, you might have maybe a few people who might resent it, but people will be more open to becoming better followers if they know where the leader is going. But before we go on, what is this thing that Mwenditezi is talking about, prostitution? What do you think he means by that? Or is he just being a devil's advocate?
Well, I think okay. Well, I'll give a perspective. I'm not saying this is my personal opinion or not. I'm just here to discuss ideas.
No, go
I think
ahead. Go ahead.
we should legalize prostitution so that African society can function properly. Okay, so I'm okay. There's a few arguments. Some of them are convincing why prostitution should be made legal. So one of them is everyone uses prostitutes, leaders, government officials, and take a lot of money. However, they're not that safe, especially in an African context. If they report a crime, it's documented. Also, taxes as well. They don't pay taxes. So if you legalize something like this, even if you create like a red light district, you create employment for people, which and they're gonna do it anyway, right? They're not gonna have like an increase of people doing it. Not really. It will remain that we think the differences they'll be protected. Their government can make taxes. I believe maybe that's why he's going with that argument. Because it's happening anyways. I think pretending something isn't happening doesn't really lead to anything, especially when the country has a tourist destination. So it's actually one of the countries with the most prostitution going on, but it's Chinyamaji, and the government are making taxes. So to be honest, in a country like Kenya, Gambia, all these sex tourist destinations, you're not going to make it more by legalizing. You're just going to get government to make more money, which I think like taxes is good. And what you can do is you can legalize it. Yeah. So yeah, I think this argument is what I'm thinking.
Okay. I think it's just being controversial. I mean, the things like that are going to exist in society. You can't really, but it's more of a breakdown of society than a necessity. I think if you had a pretty decent society where everybody was, given opportunities to take care of themselves, it might still exist, but it wouldn't be so prevalent. So, it's like drugs and those things that are the underbelly of society. They're still going to be there, but you want, in a healthy society, they're going to be minimized. Yeah. So we don't need that
So I have
for
two
society. Okay.
Okay, I have two points there. I think prostitutes that sell themselves for cheap, like 200 shillings, 500. These people are like just life has put them in that situation, and they feel like they don't have much better alternatives. However, there is a rise of sugar babies and also the high end prostitutes. So regardless of the opportunities, they'll still be doing that because the money is going to pay better than each job that they would have gotten. So you have this in London, all over the place. You have it in Kenya. The ones who have like, okay, these are not there because their life is relatively by. It's because they like the lifestyle, and there's no other people that way to pay for that. So yeah, I think it's good to separate the two types. So the ones who is a lifestyle seeking, and then there's one who like you just look at them, you're like, man, life is really, put you in that place.
With
I
the
think you should have
sugar
those
babies,
ones.
though, mhm. With the sugar babies, when I was in, because I go back and forth, right? And when I was there, there was my cousin. He's a young guy. He's like in his early 20s. He just finished university, and you know, they can't get anything because these old men are just poaching on their fellow people. Like they're mad at that this old young men with money are taking away their young, and they can't women, because obviously they're both in the same situation and so on. So for me, that's also part of leadership, not leadership, to positions of power for too long. Just like politically, economically, a lot of our old people are still occupying positions when they should really be either preparing the younger people to take office or somehow seeing themselves out. But instead, they have become entrenched in the system, and they're enjoying the perks of the system, and they're depriving the new, crop of men from the opportunities. Is that a fair assessment, or just complaining?
It's a fair
Kaizo.
assessment, but it's also complaining. Yeah, I think it's both. I think it's a fair assessment, but also these men are complaining. Because women don't want a man that's useless. And to be honest, even in Africa, men tend to marry around 35 in the past, marrying like a 22-year-old, 25-year-old. So I think the young men are just not in a position to be looking for a woman. There's nothing that they can provide the woman, and that's just the sad and honest truth. Like, you want a woman, but you make 500 shillings a day. You can't afford a woman. That's just the honest reality. So, and if you can't afford a woman, it's going to be someone from the village or someone who's raised in a certain way. But you don't deserve women who are beautiful. When I say beautiful, they dress in a certain way. They have class and they have standards. So I don't think that what barbers are stealing the young men's women. It's just that what young men are just not qualified, I think. That's just the honest reality. They just need to work on themselves, improve themselves. Because at the end of the day, people want what they want. These young women are beautiful. I mean, that's their currency. That's the age when they're most able to, get what they want in life from men. So why would I wouldn't really, I don't feel bad for the young men. I think they just need to realize this is how the game works. They'll also reach there one day if they work hard, and then they can also have the pick of women that they want. But complaining and saying what barbers are taking their women, it's true. But look, if you want something, you need to know what that thing, the conditions to get the thing that you want. You can't just want something and not fight for it. You have to go and figure out, okay, these are the steps for me. Okay, if you want a car, you can't just complain cars are too expensive. If you want a car, yeah, if you want a car, you need to be able to think, okay, a car costs this amount of money, and this is how I'm going to get it, and that's my own kind of thinking.
Okay, so it's fine now. So the old people are not holding on to power; they're just taking advantage of their position fairly. Because there was that whole sugar baby, yeah, because that whole sugar babies thing is really it's really blown up,
It's big.
because nowadays like the women, they don't just go into university to get a degree. They go in there to get a man and not their fellow students, but they go in there, it's the university life. Like that
Yeah.
reputation with the uni chicks, right?
Mhm.
Like that's where they
Yeah,
go
yeah,
to. Yeah, like you have these chicks from the countryside and so on, and then they go to Nairobi, and then after that they are just lost to the world, just lost to the world. So that's what I was asking,
oh
like,
no, they changed.
huh? What did you
They
say?
changed. They come there as
Yeah.
a nice girl. They usually change. Yeah.
Yeah, they just go wild,
One naked.
all of that whole lifestyle.
Yeah, 100.
So Yeah. Yeah, so
You
are
know,
universities really, fostering intelligence, people, future leaders, or is this just a party place?
okay, very good question. I think in general, the culture and the context, especially like in Kenya, these people love having fun. Like I've never met people like Kenyans for loving fun, and I think honestly, most of the time, just wanna go there and then enjoy. And the thing is, they love spending money. As like the context of like saving for a rainy day doesn't really get that 2K. They're spending it on zingers and calling their friends, and that's it. Then they're like, well, they struggle for like a few days, get another 2K. It's just like that. It's like, so I don't think there's leadership, because also if we're going to train leaders, there needs to be some courses about basic finance management and planning, about future stuff. I don't really know any courses that do it. And also in Kenya, what I noticed with the school system in university, the lecturers are very educated people, but there's
Mm-hmm.
too much just telling information as opposed to really challenging you and having a conversation. Like, it's not interactive enough. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, imagine I was giving a lecture. I'll have the PowerPoint slides. Then I'll be like, okay, let's discuss. That doesn't really happen that often. Most of the time I've seen it's just people sitting there being talked to. Some courses and some teachers do, but in general, we haven't adapted that. Again, most places in the universities in the rest of the world don't do this as well. I was just lucky that my school that I went to, we was a small class, and we saw discussions. I saw sessions, engage. Because the thing is, like, when you're just learning, oh, this is the formula for this, this does this because of this. You don't start asking questions, engaging. Oh, what about this situation? That's when you start building that understanding of what's really happening. If you don't ask those questions and there's no engagement, like a feedback, you don't even know if it can be used in a different context, or what's the limit of using it in a different context. And I think that's where now learning takes place. And that's you teach better leaders is you make them think about the boundary limits of what you're teaching them. You can just like we mentioned earlier about Proverbs. It sounds like it's contradicting itself, and it's not. What happened is it's just different context. You can't utilize the same solution to different problems and expect it to work in the same way. It might, but it probably won't. So yeah, we need to have like a more expressive learning style that allows for that feedback, so that people can be like, oh right, they can start building the connections and then seeing again boundary limits. When does this fail? When does it succeed? How do we make it succeed more often, even though it is failing right now? Things like that, just teaching them how to think. I think critical thinking is so important in leadership.
Yeah, critical thinking. Because we are used to the repetitive cramming, just regurgitating the same information and showing how good you are at repeating things, and not at, creating things, not at coming up with ideas rather than just repeating things. So I think that, yeah, I know you go into, low IQ things, but IQ is not permanent. It can actually be taught. If we actually taught, like when you look at the American system, the critical thinking is, they start teaching them at almost like second or third, maybe fourth grade level, where you have to take a passage. I know we do that too, but you have to question things. You have to write like a book report. I don't know how early we do book reports, but you take a book and you judge it and you think about it, and that whole show and tell thing. So the burden of learning and even of teaching is also on the student. It's more of an engaging thing. But I think that for us, it's more, you have to just show how good you are at repeating the things. So critical thinking is something that really needs to be taught, as well as logic, because these are not things that humans just have intuitively. If we had that, we know we wouldn't need a whole system, even with the truth bars and so on. We didn't need a system for that. So I definitely think that and not just taught at university level. These are things that should be taught early enough. Sometimes we underestimate how much children can learn, but even teaching them the rules of logic, if A, then B, if and only if, those things, maybe some kids might be confused, but you'll find one or two who actually understand those things. So we should start teaching this abstract concept
Yeah, I think.
early enough. Hmm?
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I agree
Early enough
100%. I
so that
think
children.
from
Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
No, no, no. I was pretty much wrapping up, but yeah, I was just saying that we have to start teaching children abstract concepts from the time that they are, as young as possible.
Right, right, right. Yeah, 100%. I agree. Because the thing with logic as well, I think is so powerful. Like, there was this guy called Peso Man. He made a video saying that the Africa's low IQ problem. He's a black American who lives in, who's currently living in Uganda, and he's been asking people certain questions. Like, for example, if, he's a border guy saying, if you answer this question right now, so I'll give you like $2. And he asked the border guy, okay, if you buy a liter of gas, or how many miles or kilometers is it going to take you? And the issue is, obviously, the guy doesn't know. The issue for in Africa is people go with hearsay. That's how they do business. Like, okay, price is gone high, or they increase the price a little bit. Everyone has to buy 50 bob. They're not thinking from foundational logic. Okay, let's say um, price meter of kerosene is like, I don't know, 90 shillings. This will take me like 5 miles. 5 miles. Okay, someone wants to go, which I can estimate it to be like, I can estimate it to be something like, say, okay, you can estimate it to be something like, give me a second, give me a second.
Are you doing
Give me
the
a second.
calculations?
No, no, I'm staying for something. I'll be back.
Okay. So the question is, how many liters of gas can you, how many kilometers can you get out of, say, a liter of gas? I think that's the question. Uh, yeah, that's an interesting one. How many? eh, and everybody should really know that about. If you, I wonder though, because I know that you say that he's asking the Ugandan borders, but if you ask that of any normal person, let's just say America, Europe, wherever, Australia, if you ask people that about their own cars, how many miles does it take your car to go? Yeah, how many miles does it take to fill up your tank? I don't think a lot of people would know that. I don't think it's just an African thing. I think a lot of people really don't do those sorts of calculations. For example, I think what's his name? A long time ago, not a long time ago, before this whole thing started. There's this late night comedian. He goes around asking people very simple question like who is the first president of the United States? Like who did the E equals MC squared? Yeah, so he just asks people simple things, and the amount of astonishing ignorance about things that you would think is obvious is confounding. Like regular people, unless it's something that really they need, even people who work, like people can have a job and they know how much they're getting their salary, but they don't really know how much it translates to in terms of hours, dollars per hour. So people really don't take all that into consideration. And also, even if let's say the border guy knows how much liters it takes for his car, I think he's more interested in the price rather than the quantity of the fuel, because the price can go up or down,
Yeah,
but the price is for him what is more important. How much can 50 shillings take me, rather than how much can 15 liters take me. So I think for them it's
right,
more.
right. But you see,
Mhm.
true, true. But the problem with them is, it means that they can't really operate as efficiently, because, okay, let's say they think, okay, 50 bob will take me this amount, but they really don't know the exact amount. Imagine if you did that test. For example, if I was a border guy, I would literally make sure that my fuel tank is empty. Then I'll put in like, let's say 2 liters. Then I'll drive it until the motorbike is not moving anymore. It'll allow me to basically know, okay, is it really five kilometers? No, it's more than that. It'll be like 10 kilometers or 15. What that will allow me to do is, it means if someone asks me, oh, can you make me here for 40 bob. I'll be able to calculate it. Okay, where exactly are they going? I'd even put it in my map. The map would tell me how many kilometers it's away. I'll be like, of course I can do it. Of course I can. So it allows you to make decisions, which you're no longer just dealing with set prices. For example, you can maneuver around it. Sometimes, you know what I mean. You can start thinking. You can actually out compete your competitors because now you're able to take that into account. And also, the other thing which I've noticed here is, let's say if you want to start a business, you're selling clothes. Okay, fine. You're sitting there all day waiting for clients. Why don't you do two businesses in the same area? Because guess what? There's no extra cost. There's no, okay, by cost, and there's no time difference. You're just sitting there. You're not doing something engaging. It's not cooking. I'm just saying business. If you're doing a business that you're just sitting there, you just have present, you can open up two more businesses around the area with other similarly less involving things, rather than just wasting your time. Let's say if you're employed as a receptionist, why are you just sitting there? If there's no clients, you should be learning a different skill or having checking up with clients, your
They are
clothes,
doing their
your
nails.
perfume.
That's what they're doing.
You know what I mean?
They are doing their nails. That's what they use that time for.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, Matifi, thank you for saying that.
All
I
right.
thought I was the one with the slow internet. Like I was just hearing you just on low quality and stuff. I was like, man, this Kali Wi-Fi is slow. But
Oh, it seems like it.
yeah, it must be you. And let's
Right.
see how. I think maybe it's because you're double streaming. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. But
Maybe.
okay. Well, we'll power through it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now it's really going
Yeah. So,
bad.
okay. Okay. Give me a minute. Let me restart my internet. So that usually helps, actually. Then
Okay.
I'll be back here.
Okay. Let's try that. Let us try to restart. Okay. So while Kazo is restarting, we will summarize what we're talking about. We're talking about where are the youth and why are these old people still, in power? Why can't they just hand it over to people who might do a better job of it? And yeah. Uh, Okay, while Kaizo is occupied, let us welcome Manda Tezi. That's an interesting avatar you've got there. Welcome, Tezi. Oh, and look, Matifi gave us a generous. He's feeling himself today, but we're feeling him too. Matifi, thank you for the $20 donation. Somehow, someone help out Kaizo. Somebody, please. Yeah, see now he's gone off. Okay, Tezi, are you there? Can you hear us? Is it me though? Is it me then? Hmm? Can.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, how are you, Tanzan?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, it's morning here. I'm actually taking my coffee today. So yeah, you guys are talking about some very interesting stuff today. I like this show. This time is a good time to have a show. So it's a chill time.
When I woke up in the middle of the night, I'm like, I'm going to be talking to myself and then I'm going off to sleep. But yeah, it's a weird time. It's a weird time for
Yeah,
me
is
because
it,
it's
no, let me tell you something. You have
mm.
this is a good opportunity to talk about because here now the Americans are asleep, so you can now talk
Yeah.
about you can talk about African business now. You can even put the title in Kiswahili.
They are asleep. They are super asleep. Yes, it's a good time. It's a good time. I'm surprised. Oh no, I'm not surprised because you said it's 11 a.m. over there. Okay. So that's cool. Yeah. So explain yourself with this whole prostitution thing.
No, I was just talking about the Somali people. This prostitution. You see, countries that don't have prostitution, there's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of rape cases. I was just saying that people, you can't have a society of horny men. It's just it's going to be it's just going to be chaos. It's going to be like, a woman cannot leave her house and she's just going to meet wildlife, because of these baboons. Let me tell you
Hey,
something. Because
hey, you
yeah,
you are just
no, no, no.
what
I'm just saying
nasty,
the truth. I'm
brutish,
just
and
saying the
fun.
truth.
Oh, I mean, by the way,
There is a reason why. No,
Mhm.
there is a reason why this role in society, their role in society is ancient. We cannot have just I'm just going to say, just go look at Somalia. Look at the rape statistics in Somalia, where these things are legal, right? Very high rape statistics. So they do a very important role into the society. That's what I'm just saying. So we should just recognize them and respect them for what
So
they are
is it
doing. It
legal
is
or
important.
illegal over there?
It's illegal over there. It's illegal, and it's even harsh over there than here in Kenya.
Hey,
So
hey.
then,
Yeah, but what I was telling Kaiser was that, okay, fine, even if you make it legal, it's not something that you want to promote, because most of the time, if that sort of stuff is happening, it's more like a breakdown of society. Nobody wants to have that, in their backyard, as they say. Oh, by the way, Abby, I'm in Cali, but I go back and forth. I was in Kenya recently, so I go back and forth. But yeah, Tezi, nobody wants that. You don't want to go to your house and seeing a bunch of, the ladies of the night walking in front. So it's more of something that, it happens, but it's one of those things that we tolerate as a society rather than promote.
yeah, you see that the problem is it's illegal. That's why you are seeing them in there. If it was legalized, they will have their own establishments and it would be more organized. That's what I think. You look at the places where they legalize, it's more organized. They even have their own districts. They have their own places. It's when it's legal, it becomes more organized. It becomes more corporate or something more like
No,
it becomes more serious.
when society breaks down, that's when people start, having these kinds of
What do you
activities.
mean? This but society has been breaking down for the last thousands of years because they have not. These guys are not new. They have
Yeah,
been
but you
here
don't
for
want to
thousands of
promote.
years.
You don't want to
So
promote.
society has been breaking down for thousands of years, or what? Because they are here. These are not new people. Their work is not new. It's not a recent development. This is a development that has been around for a while. So I may think we should just respect them and they're not prostitutes. First of all, they're sex workers.
Ah, wow. Wow. Now you've gone from the Wajakoya, now you're the Wajakoya of the night nurses.
No, no, first of all, yeah. First of all, yeah, we have to talk for the truth. Like, Wajakoya I'm a libertarian, first of all. I
Mhm.
believe that the government should be limited in their powers to interfere with the natural way of things, natural way of society, because societies tend to self-correct anyway. But governments, first of all, I feel like government is a criminal organization. Any government in the world is a criminal organization. That's just a fact. Like
Society generates
yeah.
without government. That's why government is
How?
there to keep the peace and to maintain order.
What?
Without
This
government,
that who said that? Who? So before that, before government, there was no peace.
before government, there was no order. Yes. People were just running
What do
around
you
doing
mean? What do you
whatever they
mean?
wanted to do.
There were plenty of African societies were operating with just as clans with no governments, and
Let's
there was
welcome
what do you mean?
Yaya Noor, but please mute. I think you have your YouTube still going on. Welcome, Yaya.
Yeah, thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, what's up? I just woke up myself and I came onto YouTube. And I'm from Somalia, by the way. And I hear you want to, bring prostitution to my country. What's up?
Desi?
Yeah. No, I'm saying it should be legalized and recognized so that all these women can be protected. These things. I'm going to keep saying this. These are women who are protecting most women in society, because a society full of horny men it's not good for anybody. It should be respected. It should be a respected profession. It should be something that are just give them their respect. That's what I'm saying. Give them their respect because they are not doing something that is new. They are doing something that is needed. There is a demand. That's why they are there. If there was no demand, they will not be there, you know. But there is a demand. So let them satisfy. And this demand is a dangerous demand, you know, because if it is not satisfied, it goes, these are energies that are going to be channeled in other nefarious ways. So let it be channeled here in, you know, in at least it empowers, it gives in transactional ways. People, everybody goes away happy. Society is calm. You know, there
No,
is now,
society,
you're talking about peace in society.
let
That's
me let me tell
society
you
is now
something.
calm.
Let me tell you something. Okay. So what you believe is absolutely wrong, and it's absolutely disgusting. Okay. You want our society to become degenerate, to have women, sorry, to have women, our daughters, our mothers, our sisters, to sell themselves on the street. What do you want from us? Do you want us to become like the people in the West? Have you seen them walking around naked like animals? We have principles. We have self-respect. Why do you want us to become prostitutes? Our women, especially.
No. What I'm saying is, first of all, if that was the case, then why are the rape statistics high?
Why? Where are you from?
Yeah.
What country?
It's not, I'm
You
from
know, in
Kenya, bro.
Africa,
I'm from Kenya.
the biggest
I'm
rape
from
state
Kenya,
is not
bro.
in
But
South Africa, by the way.
I'm just making my point. I'm just making my point. I'm from Kenya, but that's the fact that I'm
Tell
just
me, you
giving
don't have rape
facts,
in
bro.
Kenya.
Yeah,
You don't have rape in
we
Kenya.
have, we do have, but they're not as high.
So what do you
That is
do?
just my point, my brother.
It's not as high. You know, the highest place in Africa that has rape is South Africa. So you should take that, your proposal to Africa, to South Africa, not to Somalia.
All right. Tanzan.
Yes, is it legal in SA? I don't think so. But I don't know about that. But we were talking about leadership, about the youth, about these old people who are still holding on to power, even when they should give it up to people who might be better at it. Now, when it comes to the prostitution, I really, I think we'll just agree to disagree there. But Monetezi always
Food
has
for
some
thought.
interesting.
Food for thought. That's just food for thought, guys.
Yes, that's just.
Tanzan.
Yeah,
Food for
Monetezi
thought.
really makes you think.
Hello, Tanzan. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. And Mondetezi, I hope you're doing all right. Could you please unblock MD2V4 on the comment section?
I have not blocked anybody.
Uh,
How do
I,
I
I,
unblock people?
I was just messing around with Dr. Dusty Emperor calling. I'll just call him Dusty Emperor. Hey, you
Oh,
can
wait, are
unblock
you
him.
serious that somebody MD2 is blocked?
Yeah, it seems like I can't see my comments and all that stuff. Anyway, never mind.
Oh,
And,
how?
and Abby, keep that Dr. Kezo on his toes, man. These guys always preaching, spreading bullshit. Keep him on his toes and all that kind of stuff. You understand? But I like Abby because like all the time Dr. Kezo keeps talking shit. Say, hold on a second, what you chatting? You're talking shit. You understand what I mean? So keep him on his toes. You understand what I mean? Anyways, I'm gonna
I'll
listen in
try.
on
I'll
all
try.
you know what I mean? So, every time the guy keeps getting away with bullshit and all that stuff, and I get pressed to come in, but I'm gonna I stay away and all that stuff. So, anyways.
Yeah,
Okay.
I actually have something. Yeah, before we continue, I also have something. Yeah, yeah. Oh, let me say something also. I had two things to say. First of all, it was about the. Hello, can you guys? Yeah, I had two things to say. It was first of all, it was the sex workers. We need to give them their rights and we need to protect their rights. Their work in society is important everywhere in society. Second of all, is that you guys were talking about what you guys and Dr. K were talking about. What is it? Talking about Africans don't know how to negotiate, something like that. I don't think that's true. I think Africans know how to negotiate. I think you guys you are quoting Western doctrines, man. They're talking about Machiavellian. I don't know. Maybe I don't know the other guy you were quoting, but you guys were quoting some Western and European or some guys who wrote doctrines in Europe and stuff like that. And sometimes even there are guys who quote Chinese doctrines, right? But you should know that every country has its own doctrine, and this is actually an issue with the dusty middle class, that they are, because they don't have attachment to, or they don't have attachment to Africans or African doctrines, because they are there. There is a lot of African doctrine in. If you just read, you'll find a lot of African doctrine. That we should also be understanding of our own doctrine, and if we are going to come up with our own doctrine also, even if it needs to evolve, it's because it's going to come from the masses. You see, so in the end of the day, it all relies on the masses, and we should stop copying what the Italian guy did, or the Roman Empire, the Stoic Roman Empire. All these are just, or even some even go to the Chinese doctrine. But we should also concentrate on what is our doctrine, what are our principles as Africans. And personally, I don't have a problem with honesty. Honesty is not. I've seen the benefits of honesty personally in the long term, especially in business. Honesty is a very good asset, especially in the long term. And you can even see it in Kenya here. Some people who are seen as honest, who have better business opportunities and better, it's easier to do business with them. While some communities or people who are not seen as dishonest, you find that maybe they are avoided, right? Or no, before I do business here, I might think twice or something. So honesty is an asset. If you come out as a dishonest, in the end of the day, it works against you in the long run. So if you're going to think long term, then honesty is a long term way of thinking. Dishonesty is a short term way of thinking. That's what I've said. Yeah, and also protect the work, the sex workers. These are people who are very important to societies. Without them, so there is chaos. There is just full horny chaos. That's what I'm just gonna say, because I see a lot of even here in Kenya. I see, even look at societies where they're not used to this type of women. Even look at societies where women, people like to criticize Western societies, but because women, they don't know this is how they dress. But some societies, just men have been trained, or they have not been exposed to just simply women's legs that makes them go crazy. But our ancestors in Africa, women were walking around bare-chested, and our great-grandfathers they were not bothered. So why are we bothered now? Just food for thought.
By the way, I just want to say
I'm handing on the mic to my sister.
No, I'm going to say something. Okay. You talked about people walking around bare-chested. That does not apply to every African. Maybe your culture, but we had dignity before. Our grandfathers, our ancestors, they were not naked and walking around like baboons. Okay, by the way. And you're always fixated on sexual immorality. Why is this? It seems to me the only one who's focused on sex is you and not the women. I don't think women are walking around thinking about sex all the time. Maybe that's just you.
Which country are you from?
I'm Somali.
Somalia.
Yeah.
Somalia. Okay. Somalia's had clothes before, after Islam. Before Islam, they didn't have clothes yet.
What was that? Okay.
So yeah, to Islam for helping.
Yeah,
well done for your culture, man, for having clothes. That's good. Naked and I
This
still
guy's
walk around
mic
naked.
is in the Kibera slum.
Yeah, you're breaking up. Can you repeat what you said? I can hear you.
He's breaking up, but I caught what he was saying. He's saying that Somalis
Yes, he's
had
trying to
clothes
say before
did not have
Islam,
clothes before
you
Islam.
guys were also dressed like
What?
the work god sits out.
We didn't walk around naked, Somalia. Go look back our history. Is that what you're coming about? Is that what your comment was? Because I couldn't hear
Yeah, I
you.
think that's what he was trying to say.
That Somalis were naked.
That's what he was saying. don't
No, he doesn't
make it
Somali.
sound like I
I'm
was saying.
Somali. I'm telling you. Yeah, I'm Somali. I know my history.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Somalis.
but this stuff of walking around naked is not
Islam
like
came.
only an African thing.
Yeah,
Even
I
the
know.
Hindus used to do it.
Yeah. But
Like
it's not-
India was pretty much
it's
known
wrong,
for
yeah,
having.
anyways. it's wrong. Today, yesterday, 100 years ago, it's still wrong. We didn't do that stuff, Somalia. Okay, so every culture in Africa is not the same. So if you're trying to
But
compare
I hear
our
Somalia walks
ancestors,
around
it's not the same.
with no food. Is it true Somalia walks around with no food?
Oh, you're stupid for that.
Is that the case for all Somalis, or is that case for people who are poor?
Okay, let's not
I see people here,
make
they have
it
no respect.
personal.
They think it's funny to make fun of people who are poor. But you know yourself, your
Hey,
country.
yo, that wasn't us, man. That was one dusty Kenyan, bro. Don't bring it on me.
I know the Kenyans, they always have hatred for Somalis because they're
Look,
burning
look,
themselves.
firstly, don't start with the Kenyans. This is Kaizo. Kaizo stands on his own, and like he said, he makes fun of everybody, including Kenyans,
Don't call me a
including
dusty Kenyan.
everybody. So if Kaizo makes fun of you, don't even take it personally. That's that's Kaizo for you.
I
And
take it very
Don't call
personally.
Don't call me a
I
Kenyan,
don't
man.
know
I'm a Kaizo.
Kaizo, I know Mary. If you show me disrespect, I will show you disrespect back.
No, it's
Just
okay. You
know.
can
okay,
disrespect
no
me,
more
but you know,
jokes or disrespect. So
no, but the
yeah,
problem is
let's be chill.
you're disrespecting Kenya, not me. I don't care about Kenya. I'm not Kenyan. I'm Kaizoian. You should
Yeah, I
disrespect
told
me, not.
you, he doesn't care.
What the
You
hell
can
is
insult
Kaizo?
everything about him, and he'll just look at you like, okay. I wish I had that sort of blasé, chill, but whatever. So no, I don't think Chezi wants prostitution into Somali. He just wants it to be legal so that the sex workers can be protected and they don't have to work dangerous jobs. So
No,
Yeah.
that's what you guys
No.
asked
Yeah. Yeah.
this
Yeah.
Somali
Also,
prostitute. Because
the
you're trying to get
the
Somali woman.
the rape statistics. We also need to look at those, man. Like we need to. It's also protecting women. That's what I'm just trying to say. And my brother here from Somalia, you have to acknowledge that this is an issue. I don't know why
Actually,
you don't.
No,
Yeah.
it's a
we
big
know your
issue.
plan. Your plan is very
It's a
obvious.
big issue. It's a big issue. Women in Somalia getting raped. Why are you
No,
denying this, my brother?
Why
Not
don't
in
you worry
Somalia.
about Kenyan
No,
women
yeah.
who are
When it
getting
says it, not just Somalia, even in Kenya, Somali men come to Kenya to find a Somali woman. They trick her into marriage, and then they leave her there with kids. Then she has to go to prostitution to pay for the kids' future. It's so sad, man. These guys are not good.
I mean,
One of the
Mombasa is the
biggest
sex
justice
capital of
okay,
East Africa, isn't it?
listen, prostitution, it happens in every country, okay, by the way. So before you come to my country to try to fix our problems, go and fix your own problems, okay? If you want to go and buy a Somali prostitute and come to Somalia and travel here and buy sex workers, that's your issue, that's your motives. Because I can tell you're just a horny dog, like, I don't know what's wrong with you.
The problem is, I won't
Dog.
come back alive. Someone will kill me on the way.
Yeah, you'll probably die on the way, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This
too much
conversation is
horniness
getting
in
dusty,
Horn
man.
of Africa.
Let's just change the topic, man.
Yes, let's move on. Does anybody have to say about the very highly intellectual conversation that me and Kaizo were having earlier?
Before the Dusties came, I know.
Nah, it was your dusty Kenyan over here, the guy who started the whole sex convo.
Okay. No, but he has some points. Let's try to look at the logic. Okay, women will always sell themselves for money because they don't have morality. Women will do whatever it takes to survive.
Okay, pause.
So
Make sure of it.
it's true. So if this will always happen, we need to protect them, right? Because like I mentioned earlier, let's just say Africa, right? But let me use Kenya since I live here now. If you look at the average woman, a lot of my friends, they're middle class people, but they don't have jobs. So I wonder how to make money. One of them told me she has a mbaba. Mbaba is just sugar daddy, right? And Baba, obviously, they tend to have good money. They have way more money than me. And, this woman's lifestyle is, one Baba pays for her rent. Another Baba pays for her. Actually, I wasn't Baba once. I paid for someone's Wi-Fi. But yeah, so someone pays for their Wi-Fi. They have all these collection of different men that do different things. And how are you going to convince a woman like that? Okay, stop doing this. When clearly, it's so easy. All she has to do is monkey double backflips on him every week or something like that. So if you take all that money from them barbers and make her pay taxes, you can now feed the poor people and teach the poor kids how to remove themselves from poverty. I think you take the I think we need to legalize it so that these women can pay taxes. I don't think it's fair that they just have all that money and we don't have the money ourselves.
It's unfair that
Yeah, I
who
agree.
has money?
Yeah, they have to pay taxes, because we're creating an environment. We're creating the Wi-Fi, we're creating the houses, and they need to give back to the community. So, the community is also giving them so much money. Why don't they pay taxes? So, yeah, if we make it legal, we get them a pay bill number, a M-Pesa number, and then they can pay taxes. So they can help the community.
And you could.
Their work
Okay.
is hard enough.
No. But we're not talking about the ones with sugar daddies, like the actual prostitute. Dude, I think you need to regulate the market so that like STDs and stuff don't spread. So yeah, like you need to legalize it. Make sure like those women get tested every 3 months or something minimum. Yeah,
And
stuff
every
like
week.
that, man. I think it would be better. Every
Yeah, you guys are speaking the truth. You see, this is what I'm talking about, guys. And also, we need to give women chances to have just give
even in
them the
Addis,
power
man.
of their own bodies.
Even
Right,
in
right.
Ethiopia, like in Addis,
think
it
you
always
guys
shocks
are
me how
half
people
trolling.
don't
You
act like
can't be
those parlors
serious.
don't exist. Like, okay, even in Addis, you guys know of the massage parlors there.
Oh yeah.
Dude, like they're in
Yeah,
they're
we
in
know
a
about that. Bro.
gray area. We
You know
know,
what
we
they
know.
do? I know how they do. Even in Kenya, how to
Hazel, I
function
was
is
thinking, man, these places need to pay rent because it's ridiculous how many of them there are. Like the government could
know.
actually be making money out of them, and you could even like legislate them to see
Exactly.
which
And you see-
ones are getting tested, so on and so forth.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, you made a really good point about the massage parlors. You see, the problem is many massage parlors don't have proper government, pay number. They use send money or whatever, mobile money through untracked, financial ways.
How
But
do you
if
know this?
yeah, however, if you make it really sure, like if you're gonna build a, whatever massage parlor, make sure that there's a government tax number attached to it, and hey, guess what? We get more money. Just let it happen, man. It's already happening. Because what happens is people go to a
Hazel,
massage
how do
parlor.
you know this, man? How do you know what payment they use?
Leave him alone.
So if
You realize
Research.
you didn't want to
It's
answer my
research.
question the first time.
Science.
research, come on, man. Next thing I tell you how to dispose a body, you're gonna ask me, oh, how do you know that? No, it's just you have to be well informed. So anyways, so if you actually make it that they have to have that registration number and everything, and you tell the police to do their job, they can get kickback if they want, whatever, but make sure they do their job. Guess what? Taxes are gonna keep coming because all these rich guys are paying $50, to get a massage, whatever extras they have, and the thing is, legally speaking, whatever decision a man or woman decides to make there is fine. But I have an idea. I have a question. Is prostitution only an exchange for monkey double backflips for money, or is it a systematized one? For example, if you have a friend, she's like, okay,
I think it's for money. It's for money.
so it's just money. So
It's also therapy. It's also a form of therapy. For those
Yeah, because in Europe and stuff, they actually pay like disabled people or something to get like monthly.
Yeah,
I think in Netherlands or something.
What about ugly people? Like, what if they can't get someone to love them for them?
Yeah.
They can find another ugly person.
Yeah, no. The facially disadvantaged people also need to be looked upon. Because first of all, if they will be
They can
frustrated,
find
then they become
another
insolent.
sexually.
No. They will become terrorists. They'll become underground. They'll be radicalized easy.
Why do you
Guys
think
who
they
don't
promise,
Then
frequent,
get a girlfriend. That's
Why
still
do
a
you think-
possibility.
but they don't have.
Something.
They are disadvantaged facially. They don't have that ability to get. Even the ugly girlfriends have standards. Even
why do you
and look at the world right now.
Look,
Yeah,
you
that's
get
true,
a girl ugly enough, you can get her, to talk to you. And girls are not that hung up about looks, believe me. An ugly girl will go for a funny, ugly guy, but an ugly guy will not go for a funny, ugly girl, So in that regards, if you're ugly as a guy, you have a better chance of still getting a girl. I saw a guy who was the ugliest man, just had the ugliest man, and he has 2 wives and several children. I mean, if he has a chance, then yeah, prostitution should not be legalized.
How heavy is his wallet?
Huh?
I mean, it depends on the size of his wallet, though. The guy
No,
must be
he's
rich.
not even that packing in the wallet department either. That's why I say if you ugly, just lower your standards, man or woman. If you're an ugly woman, don't go for, your I don't know who's the best looking man. I don't know, Idris. I guess people think, yeah, don't go for your Idris. Just go for a regular guy, he's there, he's standing, he's walking, and all. Lower your standards a bit more if that
I
doesn't
think
work.
I think Tanzania capping. Tanzania capping. First of all, I don't think I think an ugly woman can still get laid. I think if you're looking at that part, any woman, as long as you are, physically, you have the
If she owns a
physiology of
bottle
a
store,
woman.
yes.
Yeah, you don't have a disadvantage trying to get anything like that. But an ugly man probably needs to maybe up his bank or be like Dave Chappelle funny or something, not just being regular funny,
Yeah, but
like
you
you
see, you
really.
can do something about that. If you're an ugly man, you can get rich, you can get fit, you can wear better clothes. If you're an ugly woman, there's very little that you can do. So an ugly man
But you
still
know,
has a
but
better
they,
chance.
but that's the point. An ugly woman doesn't need to do much, especially time. In fact, there is a lot of woman. An ugly woman can just put up makeup. Makeup. You've seen in tutorials here,
Nah.
ugly women
Yeah.
putting up makeup on even there is clothes they can make them look like they're curvy. There are so many ugly women right now. In fact,
Yeah,
they
if
are
they
no
can
longer looking
conquer the
ugly in the
ugliness,
streets.
yes. But if they cannot, then it's a lost cause for them because that's the only metric that they are going to be judged against. You see, for men, it's not just.
And men don't really care about looks if you're going to be really deeply honest.
I think that's
Yo,
all
stop the
men
cap,
care
man.
about.
Wait, hang on, hang
Men
on.
care
I think
about society.
so we're both coming from
No.
different
Stop
perspectives.
it.
Sandro's talking from a love perspective, and I think Mandetesi is talking from a sex. Yes, men don't really care that much
Look,
about
man,
looks.
love doesn't exist, bro. I don't know why you guys keep
Love,
talking about love.
No,
Like, have you ever seen
relationship,
a rich dude falling in love with a clapped woman?
right. That's the whole point. As in, no, what I'm trying to say is, Tanzan is more worried about a relationship across time. What Mandetesi is talking about sex. So yeah, men will sleep with anything. That's true. They don't care about looks. But when it comes to relationship and long term marriage, they do care about looks when it comes to that department. So yeah, sex. Yeah, men don't care about looks. Women do care about looks when it comes to sex, and when it comes to maybe long term, they're willing to they might have a kid with his best friend to get the better genes, and then she'll marry him because he's nicer or something.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah. So who are these prostitutes for the ugly men?
For society.
Society.
It's to stop civil wars.
Yeah, but
Look.
he has a point.
If prostitution was allowed in Somalia, do you think there would be all these terrorist groups?
Terrorist
The
groups,
Al-Shabaab man from a young age were able to get laid.
Yeah, Al-Shabaab tells his young men,
exactly.
listen, you want to get 70 virgins when you die for us, you see? But if you give them 70 whores right now, guess what? They'll be like, Allah, Akbar.
Exactly. Look at Kido, you're actually right. Look at the motivation for a lot of these terrorist bombers. They actually believe there are virgins waiting for them in the afterlife.
You're gonna get 70
Bro, if you
virgins
just
in
gave
the
them
afterlife.
these women in the real life, why would they kill themselves?
Actually, guess what?
Exactly my point.
The Taliban's
No,
actually.
I will
women.
give you no, because what happens when those terrorists go into places? They capture young women and then hold them as sex slaves, and so that does not stop them from continuing with their rampage. In fact, it motivates them to even do more. So giving them
No.
women in this
First of
lifetime.
all, Tanzan, I think you're wrong because there's a difference between a sex slave and a prostitute. A prostitute is a professional. She knows what she's doing. She knows how to do her job.
That's it.
Tanzan,
think of it this
there's
way.
a difference.
But let's stop joking around, man. Like, no matter what you do, prostitution was here from like the inception of man. Yeah. So you might as well just incorporate it into your governing instead of trying to, police against it and waste money. You might as well make money from it.
Was the first woman married? She told her husband, if you get me that fruit over there, you might get monkey double backflips. If you get that meat today, you might get this.
Kizo, I don't even think God is against prostitution, man.
It's all over the Bible, man.
Yes, it is, because prostitution goes against
Let me
marriage.
just make this example. No, Tanza, let me just make this example. I actually wrote it in the private chat because I remember this from like a young age. I think it's like Genesis 38 or something. there was a woman whose husband died, and she needed to get impregnated by his brother,
Oh,
because
yeah,
that's the way they used to do inheritance. Remember when the brother didn't want to do it, she ended up fooling the father of the two brothers, of
Right.
the dead brother and the other one.
Mhm.
Like while he was walking or something, she fooled him
Oh, I
into
remember.
thinking she was a prostitute. Yeah, and then he nutted in her. That's how
Yeah,
she got
and then
pregnant. Bro, shouldn't that
that's
guy
how she
go to
got
hell
the tribe
for
of Judah. Without
because
her,
in
there's
his
no
mind,
Jews.
that guy should go to hell. Because in his mind, he was sleeping with a prostitute, man. But
Right.
apparently God allowed it.
That's why
No,
So
no,
how's God?
right now.
God
You
didn't
need
know about it until later.
no, he
No,
told
Like
God
he
him.
knows
didn't
it.
know about the
Isn't God
the apple until later.
omnipresent and omniscient?
Yeah, but
This is
remember,
why.
even the apple, he wasn't there for it. He came back, and then he's like, "Hey guys, what happened? I was gone for a walk, and
Nah,
now
listen,
come
that's
back."
capping, man. God knew that Adam would do that. In fact, it's a good thing Adam ate that apple. Think about it. It would be some mindless, dusty robots singing praise God every day, man. Would you want that life? No.
There would
I
be
like
no
being free.
evil
That's heaven,
though.
though.
Evil is okay.
That's heaven,
It's a
though.
good compromise.
This
Man,
is
think
why
about
you
it,
guys
man.
want to legalize prostitution, because it's in your book.
It's
Bro,
also in the Quran.
look, man, it's
No,
already
it's not.
happening, bro.
Stop talking shit. It's in your books. That's why. I even
Look,
heard about a
I can't
verse
even
in
talk
your
about
Bible
mind.
where if
No,
a
it says-
woman is raped, she's supposed to marry her rapist. Can you imagine?
no, it
Wait,
doesn't
who
say
said
that.
that? Yeah, it doesn't say that.
It
I
doesn't say
promise
that.
you.
Where?
You show me, and not some dusty
That
new
if a woman
ID, which
gets
is like a
raped,
white man.
she is supposed to marry her rapist. So why is
No,
rape
no,
a
no, it
problem
doesn't
for
say
you
that.
guys? If it's in your book,
It's
it
not.
doesn't say that.
It's not there, bro. No,
Are you sure?
you're talking about a new international version of the Bible
No. I'm
written
talking
by
about
white
the
men.
Bible. Bible.
It's not
Now
there.
Look
let's
it
just
up.
see the
Trust me.
verse. Ask him for the verse, man. You don't need to.
Yeah, I know the verse. I know the verse.
But on a
Let me
serious note, man.
I know.
I
I know
mean,
it.
it's
Okay,
clear
how
you
do you
guys live in
explain the
Facebook,
presence
so
of
you know it's
prostitution
happening.
throughout time? Clearly, it's like an omnipresent thing in human society. So we might as well just instead of wasting money, government money, policing it, you might as well just tax it and let it be. Tax it, regulate it so that people don't get
Yeah, I think it's Deuteronomy
STDs and
22
stuff
verse
from it,
28.
and let it go.
Right? Yeah, he's talking about this verse. It's Deuteronomy 22 verse 20. It says, "When a man comes upon a virgin who has never been engaged and grabs
No.
and
That's not
rapes
the
her,
verse.
and they have found out the man who raped her
That's
has to
not the
give
verse.
her father 50 pieces of silver. He has to marry her because, well, this is clearly the verse. Yeah, because he took advantage of her and he can never divorce." This is the message version. This is the white man's version. If you actually read it, if a man finds it in the King James, if a man finds a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold of her and lie with her, and they be found, then the man that lay with her shall. It's the same thing. There is no rape. The rape thing was added by the
No,
white
it's the
man.
rape, bro. You're reading maybe from another translation, but I've read it before, bro. It's rape.
No, I just read it. The white man's
Against your
version
will.
says rape.
Okay, but that's just
And it's
like
you're
saying if
supposed to
you
marry
wait.
him after. That's the word.
No.
You're supposed to
That's
marry
clearly
him.
saying that the guy has to take care of her for the rest of her life,
Yeah. I
which
mean, of
actually
course,
makes sense.
that's what marriage is. But why is she marrying the person who raped her, who
No,
violated her?
listen. There, no one raped anyone. That's the white man's Bible that you just read from. The
I don't know
actual
about
King
this
James,
white black Bibles you guys
there's
have,
a
but
difference.
still,
The
it's the
white
Bible.
man puts new words and changes. I read the Hebraic version. There's no rape in that in that verse. The white
Bro,
man just
are
added
you
it.
a Christian, by the way?
No.
So I mean, if you're not Christian, it doesn't apply to you. But the ones who are following the Bible, who quoted the Deuteronomy in the chat, or you quoted Genesis or
Okay,
whatever. You clearly believe
Hazel,
the
you know
Bible.
what would be the equivalent of that in
This
today's
is why
time?
you have
It
this
would be
belief
like saying
system about
if a guy
prostitution.
was to
You're
no,
following the
that's like
book
saying if a guy
made
was
of
to rape a woman today,
crazy
the government
ideas.
passing a policy that
Rape
you have to
people.
pay monthly child, like you have to pay monthly support to that woman. It's clearly just saying
Right.
you have to take care of that woman for the rest of her life.
After you
Because
violate
you've
her, of
pretty much
course.
made a
Okay,
No.
yeah,
Listen.
let's just be careful with the R word because I don't know how
Yeah.
Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah.
I
Okay. Let
mean,
me give the
if you
context
have
here.
these
Hang
ideas
on.
about women and you have a specific way that you live your life, and you see, I mean, you have these ideas about how life should be, and you're taking all of these things from the Bible. That's why you have such a corrupted mind, and that's why you believe in these corrupted things. You want
Actually, no. Hang
prostitution,
on.
and
Are
you
you
want.
able to share my screen for a little bit? I just want
I
to
don't
clarify.
understand how you even can even
Yeah.
want this
Let me-
for a society.
Fine. Let me clarify what this brother said about the rape thing. Sorry, the our thing. Sorry. Can you please share my screen, if possible, just because I think it's good just to clarify it, because I like just facts to be out there.
How do I share the screen?
I've just asked you to share it, so just click on my screen. So I'm going to read. So there's two versions of this thing. The Bible does not say that you should grape someone. Let me show you. So this is the verse he's talking about, Deuteronomy 22, verse 28. This is the Message, the so-called white man's version. So if you look at the white man's version, it says, when a man comes upon a virgin who has never been engaged and grabs her, and then that word, our word, and they are found out, the man who did that thing has to basically pay her father and marry her. Okay, there's no R in the word. This is the white man's version. If you look at King James down here and also the Hebraic Bible, there's no R word. It just says lay hold of her and they be found out. Now here's what it talks about.
Can you read the New International Version?
That's still the white man's version. Now let me give the
I mean,
context,
I
right?
don't know who made you the
Right.
the
But let me
judge.
show you a different verse from the same book, right? This is talking about the R word. It says, if a man happens to meet, now this is R, right? What happened before is if you find a woman, you have sex with that woman, and you are found out, as in people realize, okay, you've had sex with a woman who's supposed to be married to someone else because she's engaged to someone. Sorry, she's
Okay,
not engaged. So you
let
have
me
to marry
read
her.
to you the one that I had
Wait,
in
hang on,
front
hang
of
on,
me
hang on. Let me finish my
because
point,
you're
then you
reading a
can.
different one and you want to
Bro,
sugarcoat it.
listen. Let me finish my point. Yeah, there's logic here and there's consistency here. This is now talking about the same book, Deuteronomy. If a man happens to meet a virgin, pledged to be married, and sleeps with her,
Who is not
you shall
pledged to be
not
married?
you shall not take both of them to the gate of the town and stone them. You shall take both of them and stone them to death. The young woman, because she was in town and did not scream for help, meaning it was not rape. That's the whole point. And the man, because he violated another man's wife, you must whatever. Sorry, this thing is doing some
That's a
weird thing.
different one you're reading.
It is different. I'm giving you the context here. You must purge the evil among you. But if out
not the
of
same
now, this is
scenario.
talking about. Hang on, brother. Let me finish. Right. This is now talking about grape. But if out in the country a man happens to meet a young woman, pledged to be married, and grapes her, look at this. This is now talking about grape. Only the man who has done this shall die. Do nothing to the woman. She has committed no sin deserving death. This case is like that of someone who attacks and murders a neighbor. For the man found the young woman out in the country, and although betrothed woman screamed, there was no one to rescue her. This is talking about grape. If you grape someone, the punishment is death. It's not marrying her,
It's not the punishment, definitely. Not in this verse that I have.
bro, because
So
that's
I'm
not
what
grape.
you're
That's
reading.
not quite. You can read your verse, but that's not talking about grape. That's talking about
No, it's talking about
essential.
rape here. The word rape is here. You can't
Bro,
deny it.
I think you don't really understand this, right?
No, I'm
That's
gonna
the
read
right
it to
man's
you so you
Bible.
can understand it. Because you read to me, and I'm gonna read it to you so you can hear it
Fair enough.
more clearly. It's Deuteronomy 22, 28, 29, the New International Version. Okay. If a man happens to meet a virgin who is not pledged to be married and rapes her, and they are discovered, he shall pay her father 50 shekels of silver. He must marry the young woman, for he has violated her. He can never divorce her as long as he lives. So you're sugarcoating it because the verse is very clear. He has to marry her because he has
That's white
violated
man.
her. You
That's a
know,
white man's Bible.
it's I don't know white man, black man, this stuff. Okay, but this is the verse. The
That's
text
white
is the
man's Bible.
text.
White man.
So if you have a problem with rape, this is what your book says. If you have a problem with prostitution and you want to, bring it to my country and talk about prostitution and sex workers and try to, beautify it, it's not going to work. Your ideas are corrupt and sinister and evil, and they come from your book. So that's why you have this worldview that you have. That's why you guys
Yeah.
have this crazy, like you follow the people who came to colonize you, the religion that came to, destroy you. This is your belief, and we don't have that in Somalia. We're not like that.
You guys are good
So
people.
no, you're trying to destroy the argument. It's not going to work.
You guys are
Sorry, I have to go now. Give me a second.
Wait, what happened to Abby? You went away.
Okay, well, let's agree to disagree there over the prostitution.
Yeah, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. But
Yeah, no problem.
as long as you heard what I've said
Mm-hmm.
and your ideas about prostitution, you can keep them inside your head. Don't think about bringing it to Somalia. It's not gonna work.
Wait, who wants to bring prostitution to Somalia?
Your friend, I don't know what's his name is.
Oh, Montezi.
How will I bring it there and it's going to come naturally? You know, the demand is already there, as you can see with the statistics. The demand is there, so we're just having an honest, open conversation about how to solve these issues of these poor Somali women having no choice, you know, and maybe they could just be saved by just legalizing something that could. And we've talked about this. I don't know. Let's not go in circles. Let's not go in circles. We already talked about the advantages and what
I've heard your side of it.
Yeah, yeah. Let's not go in circles. But
and I disagree with you. And yeah, let's just leave it at that.
True. Let's not bring prostitution to Somalia. Let's leave Somalia as a good place, full of good people. Otherwise, they'll become corrupted.
You can worry about your problems with rape and prostitution and fix your own countries, you know, before you come to other places and try to fix them.
Are you in Somalia, brother?
I don't live in Somalia, but I'm from Somalia.
Why don't you live in Somalia?
What does it matter? Do you live in your country?
Yeah, I do actually. I'm in Kenya right now.
That's good for you.
I'm also in Kenya. Yeah. I am also in Kenya.
Yeah, so you see, the Kenyans are in Kenya, most of them. The Somalis are never in Somalia. Yeah. Why is that?
Has Kenya had a civil war?
It's probably because it's a good place, just too good to
has Kenya had a civil war? Can you answer?
Not recently.
Not really. So you can't compare to Somalia then, right?
What about Somaliland? Why don't you live in Somaliland?
I'm not from Somaliland.
I know, but still, it's a Somali country.
But you don't understand the difference between Somaliland and Somalia. Somaliland is one clan.
A Somali country.
No, it's one clan. But you don't know that.
What, the Dirs?
Not the Dirs.
Which one? Isaac?
Isaac, yeah. That's the area where they come from.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live.
I'm not trying to be hostile to people. Okay, I'm not trying to start enemies and be mean to you people. But you guys are talking about prostitution and you're making fun of my country.
Now we'll ask people.
Whatever. Listen, this Swahili nation, this African oneness or whatever, I don't agree with it. Okay.
Why?
Because of what I've heard here today, what I've listened to today. Because your ideas, they're so vulgar and despicable. Honestly.
But my ideas or Mondetezi's ideas? I don't want to bring prostitution to Somalia.
You want for Africa prostitution, bro. How can I agree with you?
No, I want it legal.
I want it legalized. It should be. Do you disagree? It should not be legalized.
I don't want it legalized at all. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, fair enough.
You want to make fun of people who are poor, because Somalia right now is not a wealthy country right now.
But why don't they have food, man? Like just food. Like all they have to do is just buy some. Like it's not that expensive.
It's not buy some. It's not that easy. Okay, I don't know if you ever had.
It's for me. I went to the shop. I just bought Burger King right now.
In areas in the East Africa right now, people are starving. It's not a joke.
Oh, wow.
It's people starving in Kenya, in Ethiopia, in Eritrea, and in Somalia, and in Djibouti, in the desert.
They should buy food. Why are they starving?
It doesn't matter what I mean. I know you're here for trolling, but it's a serious.
No, I'm serious. Why don't they buy food? It's a real question.
Why don't you shut up and listen?
Okay.
People are suffering, in East Africa,
okay,
due to various different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you're here trolling people, talking about the rape, talking about prostitutions, and you're trying to unite Africans.
Wait, those people who are getting raped, are they not suffering too?
You're making no sense.
That's a good point. Okay, I think, brother, there's some mistranslation between you and Mondetezi. I think, okay, so the people starving, why are they starving? Why don't they buy food? It's a real question. I want to know so that we can find solutions.
How can they buy food? What kind of question is that?
So I just
if you don't have money in your wallet, can you give me money?
Okay, so they don't have money. That's the main issue.
If you don't have $1, can you give me $1?
It's hard. Yeah, I'll have to steal it or something,
You
and I'm not a
can't,
thief.
right?
So yeah, no.
So don't ask stupid questions. What kind of question is that?
Okay, so you believe they don't have food because they're poor, right?
Because of poverty, because
Mm-hmm.
of the circumstances that they live in.
Okay. So
And it
poverty.
doesn't apply to everyone in Kenya. It doesn't apply to everyone in Ethiopia and everyone in Somalia. It applies to a certain group of people who live in the slums, in the ghettos,
Ah,
in
right. I see.
the
I see.
in the deserts,
So they're dusties living in desert. That explains it.
dusties. Right? That's what you call them, right?
Yeah, because
They're
they
better
did.
than them.
Because no, no, because the desert has dust. Okay. Okay.
No,
So
you're better
basically,
than them, right?
mhm.
Because you think Kenya is better than Somalia.
No, no, no. Look, this place.
It's
Okay, well,
not.
technically it is. Technically it is. But I actually prefer Somalia to Kenya. I'm more of a Somali supremacist, for my own reasons. Kenya is not a good country for me. I don't like this country, and I don't like the people here. So no, no, no. I actually prefer Somalia.
I don't continue this conversation with people, who don't even appreciate their own countries. You're a Kenyan and
Come
you're
on.
back.
Why would I
You're
appreciate
trashing your
Kenya?
own country.
Kenyans are bad people, man. They're scammers. Why would I appreciate them?
You're trashing your own people now.
Yeah,
Have no
because they're bad
self-respect.
people. Of course.
I don't
You have
care
to
if
be
they're
honest.
bad people. You should stand by your own people. What kind of man are you?
Ah, man. I'm definitely not a simp. If the country treats me well, I'll treat them well. If they treat me bad, I treat them bad. That's
No, you
that's
have
my.
no backbone.
Anyways,
That's what
yeah.
you.
Let's
That's
become higher level
lack.
like you, brother. Thank you for your point. Actually, also, actually, Montezi, why do you think the people are starving? I really am actually interested to know because clearly, if these people keep living in a dusty desert area where there's no food, there's no water, why would they still live there? It's a real question. Look,
I think I
I
think is-
yeah, go ahead.
I think the president of Somalia, the current president, is I think he's in Uganda for 2 days or something like that, because he's trying to campaign for Somalia to join the East African community, probably
Right.
because of the same issues
Do you
that you're
think it's
talking
a good
about.
thing? Because it's going to
Yeah.
have an influx of Somalis in Kenya. Is that a good thing or not a good thing? Like millions, like 5 million Somalis.
The funny thing about Somalis Somalis in Kenya is I don't know they change they don't I don't know if it's the same
They stop being
principles they
dusty.
have. Yeah, you can put it that way. Yeah, probably because they become more liberal in Kenya and
I
they
see.
become more accepting of
Normal.
Kenyan society and yeah. So I don't know. That's why I actually came to the conclusion. Maybe we should just. That's why I think the president of Somalia right now
5
is
million
being more
Somalis
practical.
in Kenya. You think that's a good thing? 5 million nomads
I
in
have
Kenya.
been asked to do something.
Oh, right,
Betty, can you please elaborate? If you're uncomfortable with the prostitution talk, then let us
Yeah, I
conclude
think.
it and talk about something more productive. So yes, now we're talking about the hunger problem in
Yeah.
Africa, and I think that's a more productive conversation. So
Mhm.
thank you, Betty. We're back on track.
Yeah.
Continue.
So with the EAC, that's okay. So obviously, if you let Somalia join, there'll be about 5 million people that would want to come. Maybe 2 million of them will come. Now, where they're going to stay? Are they going to stay in northern region, Mandera, Marsabit, Isiolo, Garissa, or are they going to come to Nairobi? If they come to Nairobi, I think that'll be good because of business. Because Somalis are very good at business. At least the ones in Nairobi, they know how to hustle, how to get the right products from countries that in good order. Like they go to Turkey, they buy certain kind of clothes, perfumes, they sell it here for cheap prices, then other Kenyans go and sell it in other stores. So yeah, they're very good at business. I want the Somalis who are good at business to come to Kenya. The dusty ones, they can come too, but I think there won't be much for them to do here apart from just be in a different country. Because if you can't trade, you're not going to be that much of a use to the economy. And the issue with Kenyan government, they don't care about poor people. They only care about the people that are bringing value. Like if you look at where I'm living now, it's safe. And even during the elections, I'm sure it'll be safe because these are middle class people that pay taxes. But if you go to the slums, I don't think it'll be safe because those people don't pay that much taxes. So I think it'll be good for the average Somali if they're like educated. For example, like right now, I know the houses in Kenya, somewhere where I stay, are built by actually Somalis. However, what they do is they're quite smart. They get their cousins from across the border in Somalia. to actually be the ones that are architects, engineers, and build, and so that they can basically get to build houses for much cheaper. Because if you use Kenyan architects and engineers, like Kenyan Somali engineers or Kikuyu, they're going to charge you way more. So they're actually winning already in this whole kind of transnational trade and everything. But with the hunger problem, I think I disagree with the brother. That's why I was asking the question. I don't think they're starving because they're poor. I think they're starving because of bad life choices. Because a lot of these people are nomads. But the thing is, they have so many cows, or they had it before the drought. Goats. They're actually quite rich people when it comes to, if they converted those animals into money. They'll be richer than me, probably, most of them. The issue is, these people don't know how to think across time. So, because there was a lot of people knowing, okay, there's going to be a drought coming. The drought's coming.
People you're talking about?
Oh, the nomads, people that live in the desert. These are, the Turkanas. These are the some Oromos, Somalis. Who else? Mostly those are the tribes that are suffering the drought. The issue is the nomads. They have to let go of that dusty nomad culture. It's not feasible. They need to become farmers. And I noticed the Kenyan government was actually trying to tell some of these nomads, okay, northern Kenya is now semi-arid. Actually, it's mostly arid right now. It's like desert, it's dusty. Leave behind your dusty ways and start becoming a farmer. Embrace the supreme way of having food security. The issue is, if you don't farm, you can't have food security. Pastoralism is dead. It just can't work with global climate change. And I think these people need to just understand
is the
that.
land even capable of farming?
Okay, good question. Good question. Some land is, especially the ones closer to like Meru, those places. And also, if you go to Turkana, near the lakes, you can actually start to revamp the land. You see, the thing is, this is where the government can actually take action. The problem is, if the government revamps the land, pastoralists will just destroy it with their animals. So you can revamp the land for farming, but revamping it for pastoralism is pointless. The animals will just destroy the land again. One of the reasons the land is destroyed is because of overgrazing, and also the lack of rain and other situations. So yeah, you can actually teach them farming, and you can start to revamp some of that land. Put more nutrients, soil, and all that kind of stuff, and also even give them access to lands in the more fertile region and teach them that as a skill. The issue is their lifestyle is just not feasible.
What about stationary livestock farming? Like if you give them a place.
Actually,
the issue is you can't do that unless you train them. And this is where we talk about leadership and education. You see, a pastoralist isn't intelligent. No. Pastoralists do not understand logistics. That's why they're pastoralists, right? A pastoralist would just go and look for grazing somewhere. If farming is high level technology, even if it's like a stationary, whatever, you have to think about the water amounts that it needs, the food amount, when are you going to get it, how to pay for it, how to have that whole system, and the system has to function. Diseases, obviously, if you're more stationary, your animals are going to be more prone to it, so you have to give them medicine, etc. So all of that stuff, to teach a person that has never really understood the concept of logistics, you really have to train them. So they can't just become farmers. Farming is an actual technology. Pastoralism is what it is. It's the simplest technology. So yeah, government, if they want to help these people, because again, brother, I disagree. I don't think it's because they're poor. I think it's just because of their lifestyle is no longer feasible in Northeast Africa anymore.
I think okay. I have also something to say about this. I don't think I think the notion that pastoralism is a dead art, I think it's wrong. I think pastoralism in Kenya, I'm going to say in Kenya, because here is where I know the pastoralism actually contributes to the meat supply in Kenya. That's why
to south, where there's actually good grazing potential. See, but these guys are still in the desert. That's why.
Okay. Yeah. But I don't know what type of pastoralism also that is practiced in Somalia. I don't know if is it cattle or is it camels?
Pastoralism is a waste of time everywhere.
No. Okay, let me make my point. Let me make my point. Then you guys will say, you can say something. When you talk about Kenya has the third largest herd in Africa, basically, of cattle. And right now, Kenya actually, when the price of meat in Kenya is quite cheap, the pastoralists in Kenya are the ones who own the meat industry in Kenya. That's why Kenyan delicacy, nyama choma, all that is cheap compared to other countries. Kenya's meat is cheap, and we actually export a lot. Yeah.
1 kg is like now 1700 in the UK. It's crazy.
You see, it's expensive that
What?
means that the past.
At
Yeah.
1700?
Yeah. It was. That's what last time I checked. Yeah, it's as
Wow.
high as
What?
that. Yeah.
That's why I'm telling you that these guys, their job is important. I don't think we should tell them to stop their thing, because what they are doing is actually beneficial for the country. Because
Okay,
the
true.
problem is,
But
the problem is
true,
that
but
this money
okay.
they receiving the money they sell, because they run
Okay.
all this meat. The meat industry, they own it. The meat industry in
Right.
Kenya, they own it. They actually even export the meat. So this is a huge industry in Kenya, and it's owned
Okay.
by these pastoralists. Yeah,
Okay, that's
without them,
okay.
meat will be expensive.
Okay, I see your point there, but okay, so the pastoralists are doing the good thing out there. Okay, Maasai's, for example, they're okay, but they live down all the way south of the country, where it's like, it's great, loads of land. You see them in Nairobi, places where things actually grow. And also, the good thing about them is maybe they've learned not to overgraze on land. The issue is with the northerners is there's just no land there. I mean, sorry, there's nothing growing there.
No, but Kingdom,
So
even farming wouldn't work in Somalia right now. I think I read a report where it said
South
it hadn't
Somalia
rained
has
in 2 years. No, Kizo, check. It hadn't rained in 2 years, man. What farming can you do if it doesn't rain in 2 years?
That's not in the whole country. If you go to Juba, Jubaland, they do have rain sometimes. It's just it's like Kenya, for
Yeah,
example.
they
It has not
farmed
rained
it.
in 2 years in the north,
Kizo, but
but
they
in the
farmed it
south,
already.
it rains every day. Right. But that's what I'm trying to say. What? Because the brother said, okay, they're poor, right? I'm thinking, okay, to solve the food problem it's just simple logistics. There's enough, like for example, in Kenya, right? There's enough food in the south. No one, I don't see anyone starving here, right? It's only people in the north that are starving. And in Somalia, the Somali Bantus, which these guys hate them, they should be better to them and tell them, hey, grow us more food instead of looking down at farming. Because if you notice, I've looked at the history of these people, pastoralists. They look down on farming. That's why they're suffering right now. They actually, they think it's a low level art. They think it's like even fishing. They look down on fishes. Like for example, Somalia. Do you know how much
Why would you say
fishing space it has? You niggas should be fishing. The food security issue is, sorry,
It's not true.
it's not. You guys don't have fishes.
No, I said you said that we look down on farming, and we look down on, what did you say, fishing. Why would you say that?
I've read papers and I've spoken to people.
I mean, that's not true though.
Okay, fair enough.
We don't
Um,
look down on farming because my
okay.
own family members are farmers from my mother's
okay.
side, right?
Are you a
We have
Somali
a big
Bantu?
farm in Somalia. My grandfather used to have a big farm.
Interesting.
So I mean, farming is something that everyone can. It's a lot of farmers in Somalia. I don't know why you're generalizing and you're using stereotypes. And you're trying to find ways to crack like jokes about Somalis or make fun of them in a way. I mean, it's clear you have some kind of hatred for Somalis for whatever reason. So I don't know what kind of people you've encountered, who have maybe mistreated you,
Yeah.
but your misconceptions about Somalia it's out of the roof. I mean, Somalis are not like the way you think. Okay.
Okay, man. Okay.
I mean,
I'll
the
learn more.
people who are on the ground who are working, they have no hate toward Bantu. If you see some people who have racist views, there's very few of them. I'm not gonna not acknowledge them yet. They exist. There are people who think like that, but the vast majority, because the Bantu who are Somali, they have the same culture as us. They have the same religion as us. They have the same language as us. Sometimes it's not even you can't even recognize that they are different from you. It's not something that that's an issue. Maybe for some people, but
Yeah.
most of the case it's not an issue. So you should put that aside and focus on facts and not bring in stereotypes and untruths and mix things and trying to find ways to you know what I mean, like look down on Somalis and
That's
how
true.
people are being treated in Somalia, because it's not true.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for clarification. Sometimes it's really good that we can all learn from each other, and thanks for that. But okay, so but I guess still haven't answered my question though. Do you think that Somalis should, when I say Somalis, pastoralists, let's not make this about Somalis, should give up on their culture of pastoralism and become agriculturalists?
Okay, can you repeat that?
Do you think that pastoralists in the desert areas should give up on their culture and become farmers and find better land?
I think the people, like some of them who live in that lifestyle, they have they're not like many of them. Okay, they're a minority already. Most people, they live in the city. Most people, they go and they work in the city. They go and travel to big cities, and they try to make a living and earn a living. It's just a minority of them who still have their own culture, their own way of life, where they have a desert and they move around. There's very few of them, very few, and they want to remain in that way. It's their like a personal decision. No one can take that away from them. Okay, but the people in the city, the majority of them, they don't want to live like that. They want to go and buy apartments, like rent apartments and buy live in the city.
I see. So the problem is just the nomads. The majority of people actually want to have a civilized, normal living ways.
No, they're not the problem. Not to us. We don't see that as a problem. We see that as their culture, their way of life, and they want to be that in that way, and it's not harming anyone.
But it's harming themselves because when there's no water and there's no rain, they starve.
Yeah, then we help them.
Okay.
So it's not an issue to Somalis. We value them. We don't look down on people. I mean, you call them dusties. I don't know why you're calling them dusties for. If people want to live in a certain way, like you in Kenya, you have the Maasai tribe, right? You have people who, the tall, dark-skinned Maasai, they jump very high, right?
Yeah.
You look down on them.
These days, some of them are actually building businesses in Nairobi. I'm quite impressed. They're becoming culturalized. They wear clothes now. They don't jump that much anymore, and they're doing business. So I respect them.
Can move, yeah. I mean, everyone moves around.
You say they don't jump as much. I saw.
You see, before, so their culture, in that culture, it used to be dusty. The higher you jump, the more women you can marry. Now it's the more money you have. So they're evolving slowly.
It's the same everywhere, Everyone is going forward, right? And
Hazel, did you say the higher you jump, the more women you can get?
Yeah.
Actually,
you guys are long jump merchants.
Yeah.
So they were high jump
man.
merchants, is what you're saying.
So Michael Jordan would be slaying right now.
Oh my gosh! I don't think that would be. He'll be having like 10 wives.
Swimming in Masai.
And Masai women are beautiful as well. So.
Dude, guys, man, I think we just have to come to a realization that a lot of African culture is dusty, man. We need to do away with some of it.
That's not dustiness. I like a man who can jump high. If somebody's approaching the compound and he can, look over.
He'll jump over the fence and leave you there.
No, he'll jump over and see the enemy attacking before, they get close. Yeah, jump up and away. Yeah.
Right. But you know what?
Yeah, actually, I'm sure that made them very superior in battle. I'm sure that type of tactic.
Look, when I had that session about what women want, there was this woman who said she just wants a Maasai man who can kill a lion, not alpha male, not a six-figure. She just wants a guy who can kill a lion. So
another dusty culture. Why are you killing the lions, man? For what?
But because they're killing your cattle. Yeah. That's why they're killing your cattle. So you have to kill them. That's why.
No.
You're not just going around shooting lions randomly.
He means like
they were going out of their way. They were going out of their way to go look for a lion to kill.
To go and kill them. Yeah.
Because that's what makes them a man. Like you have to be a man. Yeah, that's what it takes to be a man. That's what it takes. You have to kill a lion.
But let me tell you something. Yeah. Let me say something. Another dusty culture is actually that what Kaizo is promoting, that agricultural looking out for agriculture, I don't know, that type of culture. Actually, I'm reading a book about the Kikuyu. I'm actually reading a book about the Kikuyu and where they used to live. This guy says that this is he's a white man, so you know, take it with a pinch of salt. But it was written in 1910, and he says that these guys they practically cut down the whole forest.
Is that the Leaky book or no?
The Leaky book,
Yeah.
it's called with the prehistoric people. It's
Wait,
actually
wait.
No, no, but who's the author? Is it Leaky?
Wait, when did
let me look at it.
If you don't cut down a
But
forest,
yeah,
Because
to
there's
grow
one
food,
that's really, really hard
how
to
do we
get.
feed
I
ourselves?
tried to find it. I
We're
couldn't
not
get it.
pygmies.
Oh, go ahead.
We're not pygmies. We can't survive in forest when it is. You have to cut the forest so that you make
no,
land
it's
for
called
humans.
it's William Scoresby. William Scoresby. He's the one who wrote that book.
Okay,
In fact,
alright.
he was yeah. No. But here's the thing. Now even in 1910. Not in 1910. It was in the late 1800s. He could notice that the rain was starting to be the climate was starting to become unpredictable, and he could just say, you know what, you guys cut down all the trees. This place used to be forest, but now you cut it down, and now you're doing agriculture, and now the rain is failing. And he was practically calling Kikuyus dusties, like, yo, you know, you do realize that this forest is also important. Like, you know, so you what you think is superior also had its own
Well, to be
dustiness,
honest,
even that
as
agricultural.
Wangas in the west, we have Kenya's only rainforest. So you know, we wouldn't cut
And
down
you
the
know,
whole.
here's a fun fact. Actually, the original inhabitants of Mount Kenya were actually pygmies.
Oh no! Oh.
Yeah. The book it's a very interesting book. Actually, the Kikuyus
Kaiser,
in that
I
time.
better never hear you make fun of Ethiopia for having the Omotic people, man. You guys had the pygmies.
What is wrong with pygmies? What is wrong with pygmies?
Okay, I mean,
Because
you know,
You guys, man.
if you go to his channel, you'll see.
I
Oh,
don't,
by the way,
I don't find
I think you're
anything
wrong.
wrong with pygmies. The only
Yeah,
people I'm scared of are midgets, but I'm cool with pygmies.
See, they're the same size.
Pygmies are
It's
How do you tell
a but
Yo,
Because
Kaiser,
midgets have those
it's a good thing.
hands, you know, those weird hands, but pygmies are
right.
cool. Cool.
Okay,
They're cool.
proportionally.
They
Kaiser, I was
just
gonna
means
say
mini
it's a good
humans,
thing.
homunculus, you know.
Right.
Turns out,
Does
I was gonna
anybody
say
know
it's a
that?
good thing
You
that
get like 5 points if you know what a homunculus is.
Homunculus. Yeah, it's like some kind of DNA adjusted clone thing that they can make.
No, it's the
No?
ancient concept that, you know, there was like a little man inside of you, like a little man, like Homo, so Homo, small human. Just look it up. HOMUNCLU.
Oh, okay. In anime, they usually make it some kind of like doll or robot where they take your soul or something and then they put it into some new body or something.
Yes,
But yeah,
so
that-
it's
that-
is
like
this guy
your
just trying
mini
to reference
person.
anime?
Yeah, like what do you call it in the Harry Potter? The Horcrux, but like a living human. Like that thing that contains the soul of somebody, but it's like a mini
right.
version of you. It's like mini me. Let's just say that mini me was like a homunculus.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
What is it, homunculus?
Homunculus.
Homunculus.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead. You know, I tend
Okay,
to
so
give out sometimes.
the only issue is with what Montezzi said is okay, fine, we get that. But how do you feed people without farming? I mean,
Exactly,
you know,
Kaiser.
okay,
I was
oh,
just
is this
gonna
why
say
you're
what you
against
said, man.
large farms? That's why he keeps wanting small farms. Now I
Maria
get where
Antoinette
he's.
is in the house. Let's take a moment
Now
to
I see.
acknowledge her. Yay.
Shalom, sister. How are you doing? How's your dusty country?
Oh, man.
No, it's okay. You can
How's your
finish.
Indian country?
Oh yeah, the Indians took over the country. It is doing very well. It is not that bad.
I take it,
Alhamdulillah,
Maria
alhamdulillah.
Antoinette, you're used to them by now, so I'll just let you have it. Go ahead.
No, you can finish your point.
No, I'm good. You know, I was about to go into arms for you, but it looks like you can handle yourself very well. So take it away.
She survived on my channel, so I think
Oh,
she's used to
Kizo,
these
now
men
I
being
see.
bad.
You got homunculus from thing from that anime. What is it called? Seven
I forgot
Deadly
the
Sins,
name.
right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like so, okay. Someone says Mini Me was a clone. Yeah, so it's like to do with the whole. I think the nomad ran away. Uh-oh.
Yeah, but I wanted to ask you, the other Kenyan man here, who was pro Maasai pastoralism. Bro, imagine how much if they just started industrializing their
Give
agriculture.
respect to
How
the
many
name. It's
cows?
Tezi Mwenda Tezi. Tezi Mwenda
Oh,
Tezi.
Tezi,
That's the other
Tezi,
Kenyan man on here.
Tezi,
Yeah.
Tezi. Sorry. Yeah, like imagine if the Maasai would industrialize
No,
their
Wonder
agriculture
Dusty.
instead of
Call him
being
Wonder Dusty.
pastoralists.
Call him Wonder Dusty.
Like, okay, just imagine if they industrialized it. Like, they could probably double their cattle or even triple their cattle numbers.
Nah. Here's what I think. Here's why I can tell you pastoralism is actually better for the environment than dusty agriculturalism. One of the reasons why is that cows, pastoralism in its nature, don't stay still, right? So when the grass is eaten and they out of grass, the cows also they take shits, right? When they take their shits, that's like manure and all that, and they move on, and that grass almost would likely grow again, or all that. So the pasture continues growing until the next time they come back, or they when they maybe do a double back or they move back, right? But
Mm-hmm.
usually the environment is actually preserved, and that is actually a natural way of looking after the environment. So pastoralists have actually high IQ, but people maybe don't. I feel even if you don't understand what they're doing, maybe it's you who don't understand. Maybe you need to question your IQ, because pastoralists,
You're the dumb one. You're the dumb one.
yeah. Because
think, Kizo, I
there's a
think we
method
found
to
the
the
Maasai
madness.
here.
There's a huge method to what they're doing. They
No,
actually
he's a
very
Nilot,
good for the
man. You
environment.
can't trust him,
Yeah.
Ubuntu. These Nilots, smart.
Yeah, I think we found the Maasai over here.
Yeah. But that's the truth, though. That's the truth, though. They do preserve the environment more than the agriculturists, because agriculturists, they cut down
Okay,
the
but
trees
you
and
could
that's
do
it. You're
rotational
done.
grazing. So what you're saying is they
Yeah.
do rotational grazing, right? But
Yeah.
agriculture,
Yeah.
like industrial
Yeah.
agriculture,
Yeah.
can also do
They're
They are
rotational.
moved.
supposed
They're
to do
always
that.
on the move.
Okay, look.
Wait.
No,
They're
but
supposed
you
to
Yeah.
can
do
do that on a farm as well. No, wait. You can do that on a farm as well. Like, I know farmers that do
You can't do
rotational
that on a
grazing. It's
farm.
pretty
On
much
a
go like,
farm, in fact,
no, you can.
no. Let me tell you
Bro,
something.
listen
The
here, you
problem
can.
with the modern way,
Bro.
the
Okay,
problem with the
let me just finish my statement.
yeah.
What you do is, you have like your grazing land, right? You divide it in 4. So each season, the cows go from one grazing area to another grazing area to another one and another one. Farmers do that all the time, man.
That's true. It's possible.
Yeah. But now here's the thing. Though. When you look at the modern way of grazing, right? Are you talking about wait? I didn't listen to your last point very well. I think you're talking about how cows can stay still and you can still plant for them or something like that.
No. I was talking about how farmers can also like practice. I think it's rotational grazing, whereby let's say you have a plot of land, you divide it into 4 pieces, right? So for the first 3 months, the cows will graze on one side of the farm, on that first section. Then for the next 3 months, you move them to the other section. So you pretty much just rotate them throughout the course of the year. So the plot of land that was being grazed for 3 months, it has like 9 more months to try and to build itself back up.
Yeah, but that's the same thing as what the pastoralists are doing. But
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
first of all,
I'm just saying
you
you
need
don't
a
have to
big
be a
farm
dusty
to feed a cow.
pastoralist.
Yeah, but you see, you need a big farm to feed it. Like a cow. Cows don't. They are heavy eaters. They don't just. You can't just one plot. Maybe I don't know. I think they say 1
Yeah,
acre
that's why
can
we
feed
need to
only
industrialize farming.
can like 6
Look, we
cows or
don't need
something.
that
1
many
acre
people.
only or something can only feed 6 cows for a while.
Yeah,
Like I don't know.
that's why.
It's
Look, in a developed country, only like 2 to 3%, single digit of the population percentage works in agriculture. That's because you industrialize it. You don't need that many people. So what you do is one farmer will probably own like a farm land that's bigger than like let's say a small city. and he can
But,
produce
okay.
more than 1,000 small farmers.
Yeah, you see, that's the point. That's the point I was trying to make actually. That do you know that the cost of hay in these developed countries, like feeding these cows, is not cheap. In fact, there is a competition. That's why even we look at the vegetarians in the West, right? They're talking about how farming in the West is really toxic. Maybe all this, it really is competing with the actual good. They are huge farms just dedicated to feeding cows. They like people planting hay just dedicated to feeding cows. So it's really not sustainable. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not sustainable because right now that's why you can look at the UK. The price of cow meat is becoming more and more expensive because the price of hay feeding these things are not that cheap. Even you look at the farmers all over Europe are starting to protest because their method of farming is actually inferior. To me, that's what I think. Their method of farming is not sustainable, and they're reaching the limits where it cannot be. It's becoming more and more expensive to deal with it. I think that's why I'm thinking that these pastoralists that we have here, they are self-sustaining. We don't, and they're actually more higher level in their farming methods than the farmers in Europe. Yes, they can squeeze. The farmers in Europe are short-term. And it's looking like that. They're just short-term farmers. Yeah, you are squeezing for the short-term gain. You get huge gains for the short-term, but in the long-term, look what it's doing to them. But here, these guys are high level. They're thinking their methods are sustainable for centuries, basically, because they've been doing it for centuries. So you have to look at the wisdom of these guys. This, like I keep saying, like we should look at the doctrine of our Africans, our own doctrines, and see what is the wisdom behind what we're doing. What is the logic? Because they were also thinking, and they're like, okay, and
Right,
their
but you're missing
methods.
one
That's
thing.
why.
Climate
Yeah.
change. Their method relies on the nature being the same, giving as it used to be, and also the other issue is population. Right now, as Kenya is growing, population-wise, there won't really be space for them to actually do pastoralism because unless what the government does is it makes sure that there's some kind of program to keep having like public spaces and basically growing grass and things like that. So yeah, there is ways to kind of do it, but in general, what's happening is we're getting bigger cities, population is growing, people are owning private lands, and this is actually an issue that's being caused in Nigeria with the Fulanis. Fulanis are going around in people's private land and letting their cows eat even their farm stuff going on. Because these people are dusty. They don't even think, oh, that's not my private land. They're just taking it there. So now the issue is population growth and privatization of land, and you can't go backwards. Maybe there's solutions to this, right? Said government having some kind of general public areas where grazing, they have people to grow, water these grasses and all that kind of stuff. Maybe there's a way you can do that, but in general, right now, privatization of land, ownership, it's going to make that thing die out very soon, unless you specifically can see the advantages and say, okay, public spaces should grow grass. We'll even have some gardener who just waters shit.
That's why the Maasai just
Okay.
can graze in the cities.
Keizo, you know how,
brain.
guys, you know how the Netherlands is like one of the smallest countries, but it has like I think it's like the second largest agricultural export or something. Second or third, somewhere there. Dude, when I went there, I realized like in the countryside, you'll see like a lot of these, I think it's like greenhouse incubator farms or something, like these small, and they're all pretty much across the countryside. Bro, I think we need to start also adapting that in Africa, especially now that climate change is becoming an issue, water shortages are becoming an issue. Like those things, they look like small incubator houses. It's pretty much like a greenhouse, and they grow like small, like carrots, stuff like that in there. So look, man, I feel like Africans are dusty, bro. We need to leave some of that bullshit behind and adapt some new things.
Abby, hold on one second. About the growing things, how much electricity, consumption?
Yeah, that's the problem.
You need?
Yeah. No. But a lot of the electricity is like greenhouse effect. So those things are like, it's like a greenhouse. Pretty much, it takes in heat and it keeps it in there. So it does take electricity, but not that much. Like the guy was explaining it to us, like while we're driving through the countryside.
Okay.
It does take electricity, by the way, but not as much as you think.
All right. Okay. All right, I haven't heard from Marie Antoinette in a while. We need to hear her voice. Marie Antoinette.
No, I think the point raised about the difficulty in the West, the feeding cows is a really important point. These cows are no longer grass fed. They're feeding them waste from of food items, which I think the consumer is feeling. There are people who can consume milk in Europe without any problem, but when they consume milk in the USA, they have strange symptoms. This substitution of grass for other things, I don't think was a good idea, but it just goes back to Mondatazi's point that these industrialized countries are not really, they haven't solved the problem of cow feed well at all. Africa is doing something right. I don't think their milk could be considered contaminated like US milk.
Yeah, I agree with my sister, Marie Antoinette. As you can see, they have not even. I thought even they were feeding them hay. Turns out they're actually feeding them other things. You see, this is what I'm trying to say, that
Soybeans
these
as well.
guys are actually short-term thinkers. Yeah.
And
They also feed
nutritionists
them
are
soybeans.
making excuses. They're saying that cows can be fed other things if humans are eating them safely.
Is that true that they feed them grass fed mostly in the US? I thought in the US is where the most horrific
No, in
things
the
happen.
US they feed them soybeans. I think they
Soybeans?
mostly feed them soybeans. Yeah.
Okay, that doesn't sound so bad. I had
That
horror
explains
stories.
Gen Z.
Sorry?
That explains why the Gen Z are soy boys. Makes sense.
Oh, whatever.
Dude, you're not that much older than Gen Z, man.
Sorry, boys. Anyway, yeah. Well, I used to hear that they used to regurgitate, put the old cows back into the ground and feed them. So soybeans doesn't sound so bad, huh? Wow. All right. Well, we have Dang. Is it we or why? Please let me know. Go ahead, Dang. We or why?
You can just call me Dong.
Dan.
No,
Okay.
sorry. Wait, dung, as in shit.
Oh,
Oh, whatever. Dan. Okay. Go ahead.
yeah. I was gonna say, at least as far as when it comes to the feed over here in the U.S., we're like experiencing like a very recent problem, and like it's pretty much almost all man-made, and I mean that in the sense that so there was like a couple of factors that kind of went into it that I kind of need to break down, and maybe you can learn from the West stupidity in this breakdown. So the first off was one, we as you know, we printed like $10 trillion, which obviously when you increase the money supply, you basically increase the demand. It's an artificial creation of demand, which does create shortages, but it also drives up the price of everything. So that was the first part. And I was reading the article that Marie Antoinette put in there, and it was like an issue of them basically feeding them Skittles because they couldn't afford corn. And also, the reason there's another big reason why they couldn't afford corn, or like, there was so if you didn't know, there was a food shortage caused by, frankly, two people. It was two sets of people. One, it was Europe. They're the ones who basically started all this, and then like two, it was like the US being complicit in kind of like their whole thing. They decided to pick a fight with Russia over Ukraine. And if you didn't know, Russia is like one of the largest natural gas exporters in the world. Sorry about that. I like just finished eating, so I'm like clearing food out of my throat as I'm kind of like trying to explain this. But they're one of the largest natural gas exporters in the world, and because of our little picked war, basically, well, it started with Europe. I'll start with Europe. Basically, Europe decided to stop drilling for its own oil and basically, like, getting its own natural gas. And if you didn't know, I was actually talking to Big E about this on a different stream, probably weeks, months prior. But there's a energy input cost for fertilizer. And one of the things that is an absolute necessity in like creating nitrate fertilizer and like farming sustainably is natural gas. You need natural gas to create ammonia. You mix that with potash and potassium and you have nitrate fertilizer. You need that to basically create the yields that are necessary to sustain your population. Um, Pretty much we missed the growing season when this shortage happened because well, one, Europe basically decided to, for environmental reasons, quote unquote, that was their whole reasoning. um I strongly suspect the reasoning was something different, but I can, go into that in a different time. But their reasoning was for environmental reasons. They didn't want to, like, I guess, drill for their own oil and acquire their own natural gas. So they basically started the next natural place to get it from was Russia. But as you know, NATO picked a fight with Russia over Ukraine. They were basically essentially trying to put nukes on their border, which, and then Russia retaliated, which anybody would have done so. And there was a whole list of sanctions that they put on them. And they pretty much also started an economic war with them, which Russia is winning, um, simply because they weaponized their financial system, which nobody's been dumb enough to do up until now. But so they did. So pretty much there was a natural gas shortage, or there was a fertilizer shortage because they didn't have any natural gas, and they missed that during the growing season. So then, because there's like only so much to go around, Europe is now pretty much buying up a lot of our natural gas, and they also had to buy up whatever fertilizer. There was a shortage, so there was a decrease in supply. So this brought up the price of essentially everything, and they happened to miss the growing season, which is what caused that the again, in the article where it says the price of corn was too high, that's what happened. There wasn't enough fertilizer to grow the corn that was needed, which drove up the price. So they had to go to an alternative. Normally, we have everything we need as far as, like, being able to grass feed, or, like, feed our livestock corn or anything on that order. We normally have everything we need, but this past year, this is a very, very it was a very specific set of circumstances that led to this, and it was almost all completely man-made, and like pretty much everybody decided to make the dumbest decision possible at the right turn. um but they do have it. It's just they decided to do the wrong thing at the right time. So as far as like where I think this would be useful for, I guess, the continent in general, and this is just me, I do believe that like one of the top priorities that they need to make is, one, natural gas exploration. Whoever has it, or whatever country, territory has it, they do need to prioritize procuring it, because you need to be able to make your own fertilizer to basically essentially, you need it for the nitrate fertilizer necessary to like sustain your population and to grow it. That kind of is, in my opinion, is one of the things that needs to be put on a priority list. But that being said, I don't, if anybody has a question, go ahead and ask. I don't know if I explained that properly. If I didn't.
No, no, you gave a very, very elaborate and incisive answer. So you know, we really do need to look at the problems, and we have to take I think a multifaceted solution. Like there's not one answer, there's many answers. So taking one is not to say you're negating the other one. And I like what you have to say. So yeah,
I think
go
I
ahead,
think
Khalid.
Africans we can't afford to be buying natural gas anyways. What we should be using is piss. We need to have like latrines, which you don't mix with water, and then all over the city, and yeah, we just collect all the piss and put it through, and then we use that as fertilize plants.
Now you're just being
No. Actually, used to use this. I used to have like a urban garden, and I used to piss on them, and I used to like,
No,
like
Wait.
probably.
Are you both just
No, it's
pulling
serious.
both of my
No,
legs?
it's an actual
Piss-
fact. This
Piss
urine has actually
ammonia and nitrates. It's literally a fertilizer, and you can turn it hard as well.
but no. But first of all, you need to dilute the
Right.
piece to at least maybe
Yeah.
10% of the concentration. I think something like that. I think 10%.
Yeah, if I'm
I
not
think around
mistaken,
10%.
they don't use human or really just waste in general because, and again,
Yeah,
this is where I
feel.
get muddy. But if I'm not mistaken, you're not supposed to because there's something that doesn't break down when it just leaves like straight up like a body that can like get into the plant and cause sickness. And that's why
Why
they
do I
use
always
out.
get myself into this biology talks?
You can,
I hate biology.
You can filter
yeah,
those
I'm
things
just like
out, though.
explaining why they typically.
No, it's
do-
okay. It's okay. I'm not mad at you. We're here. We are beings, and we have to, yeah, just accept that. But okay. So we're disgusting pieces of mass just walking around, inhaling and exhaling and wasting away. But oh man, sorry. Go ahead,
You can
Dan.
filter it. That's the
So
thing.
again,
Anyway,
this is like a kind of a twofold thing. Again, you could use the natural gas for energy, and then again, two, like it's technically safer to use as far as like fertilizer goes. Like they don't use waste products typically because there's stuff that doesn't necessarily always break down, like that can kind of get into your plants and kind of make people sick. And not always, but it's like a hit or miss. If I'm not mistaken, there's supposed to be like a little thing on the packaging when someone grows something organically, because that's typically what they use. And it's like kind of like a warning label on it, if I'm not mistaken. But, and again, this is me giving like a layman's explanation on that. That's the part where I get kind of muddy. You're going to want to, maybe in a different time, I'll read it up and give you a broke by broke explanation when I can like put it into words properly. But there's like a reason why they typically don't, why they prefer to basically use like a natural gas to create the ammonia for like nitrate fertilizer. But if I'm not mistaken, you don't necessarily have to buy it, even though I'm pretty sure Russia would sell it to you for cheap. You have it on your own continent. You can excavate it yourself and build pipelines yourself. That would be what's typically ideal, as opposed to just like
Nigeria is using it. So you're talking about like white man's problems. Africans don't even have food, man. Just piss food on the plants, let it grow. It's natural.
Well, this is how you get
these
the
niggas
food.
spray. Sorry.
This is how you get the food.
I'm saying as in piss on the plant. If you can't afford to get gas or there's no gas, just piss on the plant. It's natural. Better than spraying with pesticides and all these other stuff, which is way worse for you anyways, than piss.
Yeah, actually,
Well,
you should wait. Let me say something. You should maybe not directly piss on the plant. Maybe piss on like what is it?
On
I
a
don't
bottle
know.
of spray.
In English is what?
In a bottle.
It's
Like one of those bottles diluted and spread.
yeah, diluted to 10%. And I think the problem maybe in the West they can do that is because maybe the things you consume, because also what you consume
That's
will
the
probably. So I think Africans, we are safe from that because most of our diet is mostly organic anyway. So it depends on the health of the person who's pissing also. So yeah. I think if you consume a lot of unhealthy things or something like that, probably it will definitely affect the quality of your piece. And
Well,
because yeah,
I would say it's largely because like peeing and pooping are like kind of the primary methods in which humans remove the waste and bacteria and the dangerous things from their body.
I mean, look. This is simple science. You can just you collect the piss, you analyze it. We have gas, what you call it, GCMS, mass spectrometry. You just test them. The same way they clean piss in the UK. I mean, the water is just recycled. This is simple science that we can clearly do. You just test it for anything that we think can't biodegrade, and that's it. Problem solved.
Well,
There really
yeah,
isn't
I
anything else to
suppose
it.
you could, but I was just saying, like, I don't think it's necessarily an issue of like having better diet. Though I do believe Africans probably would have a better diet. I think it's more so an issue of that's one again. That's one of the primary means in which, like, humans in general remove, like, again, bacteria and waste and everything bad from their bodies. So it's liable. If you're going to find something that's going to be dangerous, that's probably going to be one of the, I don't know, 3 places you'd look on a human, or I guess as far as the waste, which is again pee and excrement.
It's problem solved. We use piss on plants.
they're actually using piss in Europe now, like as if they
Yeah, I know.
discovered it.
Even in Niger, they're applying it. Like thousands of women farmers have been doing it. And they're making good money. Yeah, rather what you mentioned there, but the whole thing. If there's any
Right,
heavy
but they're
metal,
doing it out of desperation.
aluminium,
There's an energy crisis in Europe. Like,
right.
you don't.
Whatever
It's a
reason it
bad
is,
time to be a European.
right. You see, but it doesn't really matter what the reason is. Everyone has it's a piss is a good technology. I mean, we use shit, right? That's what manure is. It works well. I mean, why did we think that we have to do things? It's just that obviously it's much more efficient to use natural gas, as in it's easy. You just you mix up all the other stuff and then you make fertilizer. It's an easy process and there's money in it. It's a whole economy. It's not just because it's not piss. It's not better. It's just there's no market economy there where all these companies are making big money. It's just an alternative. Sometimes they use coal for fire. I mean electricity. Sometimes they use gas. Sometimes they use. It's just piss is just an alternative depending on where you are. In Africa, for example, let's say if you work with a series of farmers and you literally started a company, and you collect all this piss from people, animal, human, it doesn't matter. You put it through your chemistry lab. You check it through, making sure it reaches some kind of government accepted levels of certain chemicals, and you filter it out or remove the other chemicals from it. You start redistributing it, selling, and the thing is, you don't even have to sell it as a like a liquid because that's going to be expensive for transport. Because what you do is you dry out, you just have remained the hard nitrates that are left behind the crystals. And then you basically sell the crystals with hey, mix this with this amount of water or some kind of dilutant and then spray it, whatever, apply it this way and that way. It's just, we got to solve problems the African way. And the whole thing with the bacteria and all that stuff, you can filter it out. You can treat the piss and all that stuff. And the heavy metals, like if it's aluminium or something someone ate, didn't digest in the body or something, again, you have GCMS. We can detect those things and then remove them. So I think actually, I might actually start this company. I'm really thinking I'll look into it using piss as a fertilizer in Africa. And yeah, I'll be paying family members a small amount, like 20 bob. Give me like 5 liters. All these poor people are definitely going to pay me. First of all, actually, you know what? Do you know how good this idea would be? Because first of all, you collect all the piss from the poor people, and you basically build them free toilets around. Hey, you're good. What about human excrement? That one, I think maybe it's a bacteria issue or something. I don't know why they don't use. I'm guessing it's more of the disease worry.
Pee too.
Yeah, urine naturally is supposed to be sterile. Urine is sterile in its natural form. If you're a healthy human being, your urine is supposed to be sterile. So I think, but your excrement, there's a lot of bacteria in your digestive tract. So I probably might not be the most advisable.
But what about like just taking the human waste and then just treating it? I mean, okay, to be honest, I'm not saying anything new. There's researchers all over the world actually using human waste for growing food. I guess I'm going to read up on that, see where the literature says
You know,
about
they're
that.
already doing that in Korea,
Yeah.
right? They're using
Mhm.
human waste to grow food, right?
Yeah, yeah. So I think we need to start thinking realistically here, guys. Think about it, right? We're wasting so much. We're digging holes and creating pit latrines when it's all concentrated in one area. We should be thinking of the future and applying proper solutions. Think about all the Kibera people living in the dust. Sorry, I mean the slums. They're not dusties. They're living in the slums. You can literally have like some kind of company that comes out, builds free toilets every month or whatever. They collect them, they change them up with something else. You then figure out, okay, how do I safely, again, there's research on this. It can be applied, right? Figure out the safe levels of using this waste and piss, and then start selling it to farmers. Farmers, if they know it's going to work, will buy it. I mean, we're literally spraying our crops with pesticides, shit that's going to give you cancer. I really doubt that this is it's going to cause you that much issues. It's going to have its own issues and there's solutions to them. And if places like Korea are already practicing it, that's great for them. That shows that they're willing to look forward rather than us just following the white man and always be like, oh, well, there's no gas. That's it. We're going to have we're going to starve and cry for World Health Organization, World Food Program and stuff to start giving us food. I think we need to start thinking creatively. It's like, we use cow manure. Let's just treat the human stuff and use it. Yeah, nice humans.
Nice humans.
Clap, clap, clap.
Pat on the back.
I mean, Mary Antoinette, would you rather eat like a human waste? Someone says human waste plus fish farming. Exactly. Something else I think like fish farming also is another good idea of how to. I think the issue with Africans is we tend to have abundance of resources in general, so we don't tend to kind of evolve these more efficient ways of food production. I think because we're like, okay, we have what we need generally, so we don't think, because Europeans have gone for, harsh winters, no food. That's why they had to develop all these, extreme forms of farming. For us, the drought is only recent, and this is a very recent thing that we're going through. It's not been here before in the past. Pastoralists used to be able to just chill before climate change took its effects much more rapidly. So I think, yeah, we need to start really, really planning for the future, being logistical. And I think this answers the question, why is there why are Horn Africans in North Kenya, Somalia, and Ethiopia, why are they starving? It's because they're not thinking about the future and they're not thinking about sustainability. Sorry, they're not thinking about the issues that will happen. For example, I always say you need to prepare for the unpreparable. For the unknown, right? Prepare for the unknown. And that basically means, look, you can never know, you couldn't predict, oh, there's going to be some war in Russia. Wheat crops from there is not going to be sold. They're going to rot away on the fields. No one, not saying no one. General people did not predict that would, cause a huge, massive food crisis this year, especially when there's also drought happening. So people are not able to even get the food there. So we have to just be able to plan for the future, use any ways and any methods, and then start to logistify it and do it. I mean, if I was a governor of Nairobi, that's what I'll do. I'll set up my own company. Actually, I won't even use the government. I'd set up my own company, provide toilets and access to clean, hygiene toilets to all the people who live in the slums, as well as everybody else. I'll be collecting their refuse every week, treating them, looking at how much concentration. The research is already there, right? And it's open source. So I'll just follow it and I'll start applying it.
Kaizo, this is where you're going to run into from leadership to politics. Because you know what people tell you whenever you have a good idea to start in Kenya? What do they tell you? It starts with a C. Manini? Makatel. There's a cartel
Right,
for
right.
it.
Actually, no. I'm going to disagree with you, my sister
Okay, go ahead.
Tanzan. I don't think. I don't. In fact, what Kaiser is saying is actually being implemented right now. The aquaponics industry. There was a wave of aquaponics. Aquaponics is, is the use of fish farming to use fish farming and to grow also agricultural products from fish, from the produce of the fish farming. The waste of the fish, which has a lot of ammonia and stuff like that. It's actually becoming a big deal in Kenya, and that's just private industry. Sometimes you don't. Some things not are for the government. Some things are for the dusty middle class to do. And but when you talk about the poverty, not the poverty, the hunger in northern Kenya, I'm curious, guys, because we have elections coming up. But is it northern Kenya is huge, right? There is the western side of northern Kenya where we have the Turkana and the other Nilotic pastoralists.
Yeah.
Then we have the eastern side of northern Kenya where we have the Somalis. Do they both have experienced hunger equally,
Yes.
or is it specific to one region?
I don't think it's equal, but all that region, the Somali areas, the Turkana areas, the other Nilotes from Uganda areas, all that region is experiencing the same issue. Actually, the thing is though, those areas don't have that much population. I think that's why it's not such a big thing with the election. So they're just inconsequential people. They're not voting. I mean, if the cows counted as voters, fair enough, but it's like it's heavily unconcentrated. That's
Actually, they actually do have a high.
But I think someone is.
Yeah, it's not as high as southern Kenya, but they are actually one of they register the highest birth rates in the country. I think.
Yeah, but they have birth rates, but then also high death rates. The kids keep dying because there's no food and access to. And I'm not even joking. Like they have high birth rates, but you can see they're not.
I understand. So my point is because now we have gone to the politics. Azimio, right? Raila Odinga, and he's proposing that to give guys 6K, 6,000 shillings
a month just for being
poor people, just to be able to feed yourself. And they say that these are the guys who are going to benefit a lot. What do you think about that policy? And because you say the problem is not hunger, the problem is poverty. They can't buy food, right? So if you give them money to buy food, do you think it will work?
Yeah, no, definitely not. We're going to end up in the same situation as America and all these other countries with these programs. What it will do is it will just create a system of dependence with people. Because I think what would be better is if let's say the government bought the food from farmers and then had you had a card. I know it sounds like the old America system, but you had a food program card, and if you can't afford food and you qualify, you come in and you collect your 6K worth of food every month from the government. Government can start its own company and even make profit from it, employ people for distributing it. Because the issue is when you give people cash, especially Kenyans, they're going to buy six mzingas with that 6K. Come on, let's be honest. They're not going to spend it on food.
Nah. I don't think that's true. I don't think if you give somebody who is starving 6,000 shillings, is going to go and drink. It's probably going to buy food. Yeah.
That's not for people starving. It's not for the North Kenyans. This is just for every poor Kenyan. And most poor Kenyans would rather drink alcohol than eat food. Not the starving.
But those poor Kenyans have. Yeah, but I feel like those poor Kenyans already have. Those poor Kenyans already, they're not hungry. I think when you talk about the Kenyan in Nairobi, I don't think that Kenyan is exactly as starving as the person who is in northern Kenya.
Exactly.
I don't know if you guys can
give them that money or food, whatever. But the ones in Kenya, I mean, Nairobi. You see, Nairobians exactly. They're not starving. No one in Nairobi is starving. To be honest, they could be poor, but they could always find some small job to get food. Someone can give you. If you wake up one day, you can at least find 100 bob. If you work, just put yourself available for any kind of odd jobs. So no one is really starving in Nairobi. But in the north, man, these guys, they don't have education. And without education, I notice it's, oh my gosh, thank God I'm educated. Thank the white man, the queen, shout out to her. I was talking to this Maasai the other day, right? I lost my phone and I was using a new phone and I didn't have a SIM card yet, so I needed to make a payment. Now I told this guy, I was like, he's selling smokies outside at midnight. So I was like, okay, can I have one? I'll pay you back tomorrow. He said no, fine. So I said, okay, can I pay with my bank, but I'll pay it through send money because I had like my phone with some Wi-Fi. And the guy was like, yeah, the number is there. I was like, no, but I need your name. Do you know the name that's registered to that line? The guy gets angry and just tells me, oh, but you can just pay. I was like, if you're illiterate, man, it's so hard to do business or understand how anything works. You know, I was trying to explain to him that this is a different system. I need your full name and the number to make the payment, but the guy gets angry. So illiteracy is a big thing. Like this, if you don't educate these people, they might even not be able to budget that money properly. So I think that's another issue. It's like, fair enough, they're starving, but are they really going to be able to ration that food out? Again, that's the issue with illiterate people. They don't know how to ration. They just don't know how to think logistically across time. So government would have to help them so that it doesn't look like, oh, we're just doing something. We actually want to help them make sure that they can survive a whole month. So the government, I think, will have to help them ration that money, because think about it. These people don't know how to think across time. And 6K is not a lot of money either. They need, like, a family would need like 10K to actually buy enough food.
Okay. Yeah, but okay, I don't know, 6K as a food budget, maybe not your rent, but just as a purely food budget. I think 6K
in that family.
Yeah.
That's the problem. There's like 8 people in those families. There's like, that's the problem. I think give them 10K. The northerners and just give them 10K. I mean, these people are starving, man. Let them live. We need to improve our population.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let me pass the mic to my sisters here.
You don't want to give them 10K, do you?
No. I don't mind even 20K. I'm not with people as long as because I feel like it will create a market. At least the food will follow. At least farmers will there'll be trucks going.
My thing is this, right?
Trucks.
My thing is this, right? Either if you're worried about what people will spend their money on, then spend it for them. If you're worried that they're going to spend it on alcohol or frivolities, then give them the things instead, like the Russians used to do. You just give people, they had the bread line, so you give people bread and huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought I was going to have more position, but
I'm opposing.
Okay, go ahead.
I think the problem is that's not an efficient way of distributing food. I think that's what's happening now, and it's not effective. This thing of sending the Red Cross to send their food trucks, it's not an effective way of distributing food. I think the market, we need to think in terms of like economists, right? Like you need to utilize the systems that the market can give, that the government is not efficient as efficient as the market. If people have the money to buy food, that food will follow them. They don't have to walk kilometers to a food line because you just said, like, northern Kenya is big. These are people who are spread out sparsely. So if there is community, maybe a small village, and they all have given their 6K, that's that to a businessman, that would be like, okay, that's a sufficient. You can get sufficient profits from just sending my food, my truck of food.
But you see that the most important thing is to feed the people. So if you give them food, there's nothing they can do with food but eat it. But there's a lot of things that somebody can do with 6K.
You see, now this is that middle class thinking,
Oh, what, man, Tezzy?
No, you have to just say it. You have to say it, like, oh my God, these poor people, they cannot think for themselves. They don't have the IQ. No. These guys can think. These guys can make logical decisions just like anybody else. When you are hungry, these are people who are parents. They do all they can to take their children to school. They do. So somebody like that, here we can talk on YouTube, but when you meet them, you'll be very embarrassed to say something like that in front of them, because you're like, oh yeah, this is just an adult who's thinking just even probably even a lot of wisdom, because he's taking their kids to school, he's trying to make a better life for whatever with their situation. So when you meet them in real life, you realize, nah, these are just normal people. So they need to be given that type of money so that they can feed their families, so that they actually become food. There's actually a food distribution system that is permanent. Not, we don't have
You
to.
hire
And you guys talk about depending on a government aid. I think if when you have a permanent food distribution system like that, because it's from the market, like, okay, we know that there's a truck that comes here, and these guys, they sell their maize, they sell their sorghum, or they sell, and they get a profit. That truck will come. If there's profit to be made, the market will take it over. The market will do its due, will do its thing.
I mostly agree with what you're saying. However, I want to add security. If you don't make this area safe, the food trucks won't go there. That's the other issue, because these places are not safe for outsiders.
Yeah, but why are they not safe? You see,
Why?
the issue with Kenya, it's not like the issue with Somalia. The issue with Somalia is we've talked about it here. It's a lot of testosterone that needs to be released. But in Kenya, the issue is that these guys are fighting for pasture. These guys are not fighting just because they have some sort of incel agenda. All right? They don't have a manifesto. They don't have manifest. They are fighting for pasture. So what you need is, if you provide food, that violence already, you're actually dealing with the violence by just providing a market where they can, where food can come there and can make profits. The businessman, the farmers can make profits by selling food over there, and they have their 6K, they can buy their food. You are already quenching that violence, because they'll be like, okay, we don't need to fight these other guys for that territory over there, that patch of grass over there. We don't need to fight guys, because these guys are walking around guarding patches of grass. They're not, for their goats, for their cows. That's what they're doing. If you look, I've seen the documentaries, I've even talked to guys over there. That's what they do. They just walk around with AK-47s, guarding patches of just plants. Like, this is my patch of plant. This is where so that's where the violence begins.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
if you provide the food, you're actually solving two issues. You're hitting, is it one stone, two birds with one stone? That's what I think is happening when.
You know what?
Yeah, that's what.
Actually,
It's one bird with two stones.
I did two stones. You know what? I actually think that's a very, very interesting point about capitalism. Because okay, when you start giving this 6K, I think for me, I don't really care about the money that much. I think it's gonna be something that might, if when the tese is right and they're actually normal people with a decent brain, what will happen is the culture around there will change. They'll start now battering more. They realize, hang on, so after the interaction between the Southerners and the Northerners, Southerners, of course, will let them know, hey, can I buy your goat? I'll give you 7K for that goat. Sorry, I'll give you 5K for that, 4K for that goat. The guy's like, interesting. I can sell this goat for 4K. It took me no money to make this goat this big. Oh, okay, I'll sell it. So I think it will actually, because if you notice, we don't really get most of our meat from the north. We get it from, like you said, the Maasais and stuff. So if these northerners, especially when the rain returns and the pastures, become a little bit less dusty, if you interact with them and make them understand that there is money to be made in trading their livestock, they can make the money, and the money can make them buy other stuff that they also want, and security. And I think that might allow them to start thinking more, as a metropolitan, and become the middle class that Wandetezi is always talking about.
Yeah. Somebody seems to have gone for a walk. But well, that's that's a good idea to firstly empower the people who are at the bottom. I think if you're going to have any change, you really have to impact the people who are on the ground. If you're going to convince them of something, even if it's just that whole peace stuff that you guys were on about earlier, but you can convince somebody with self-interest, with profit, far more than you can convince them with ideas. If you can show them something that you can give them, that will be more, they will be more um, open to whatever ideas that you give them. After that, you really can tell them anything about anything and they'll believe you once they believe that they can get something of profit to them. So, but I was still talking about the let's just call it bureaucracy for now, that you encounter when you try to do something, in the community. You have to have all these people that you have to talk with, and everybody wants, either they see that you're trying to hone in on their business, or they will see that they want a piece of your pie. They say, oh, okay, so you're trying to make money. How can we make money from that? And this is even before you start. So that's one of the things that also discourages people from doing something when they go back, because you might have quite a decent idea, and it may be implementable, but once you run into so many just passive opposition, that's what I call it. People won't just tell you no outright, but they'll just throw in these small little obstacles in your path, and eventually you'll just like, oh well, I just leave it alone. So there are some ideas, but once again, you do have to have that whole politicking thing down pat. It has to be also. Oh, we have somebody new. I'm not sure who it is. Interesting. But well, go ahead and introduce yourself. I think they're in, but I don't see them up there.
Okay, thank you for give a chance. My name is DJ Fano.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Welcome,
I'm
Stefano.
in Ethiopia, Gondar.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Uh,
welcome. Mika was in
well,
Rwanda some time back.
okay, well, stay. Everybody, how are you?
Good, good. How are you?
Hello.
Hello, bro.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, I'm fine.
Wonderful. Welcome. Welcome. What's on your mind? Can you hear? Hello? Gonda, can you hear? Oh, sorry, not Gonda. Gonda is where you're from. Can you hear? If you can hear, yeah, just say something, because right now you are muted. So just feel free to jump in anytime, and welcome. Yes, yes, he says he's in Gonda. Yes, Abibi is also back, it seems, from his wanderings. Um, So if you can hear us, I don't see your name. You just have the two question marks. But yes, go ahead whenever you want to jump in. Go ahead. And what were we talking about earlier? We were talking about somebody remind me, please.
We were talking about how to solve hunger crisis.
Everybody got a brain freeze.
Yeah.
I think we all just do it all
And
blind.
earlier than that, we were talking about how to protect the rights and the importance of sex workers.
Oh, good. Daisy, do not even start on that one. We put that one down.
No, no, no.
Chapter
I was just
finished,
answering your question.
closed.
I was just answering your question. I was just answering your question. But
Now,
since even Maria is here, I was just just
yeah,
curious.
I'd rather go back to the illiteracy or ego. So, illiteracy or ego, if you can admit you're illiterate, you can fix the issue. But when ego insecurity comes in place, then you can go nowhere. And I'm very familiar with the matter. It must be a family matter. Yes. So, yeah, I can go back to the farming and pastoralism before I go back to the prostitution.
Okay, sorry, network problem.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
We can hear you. Go ahead. Speak.
Okay. Is it here?
Yes, yes, we can hear.
Okay. I think. Yeah. I think your discussion is Africa is where are you the leader of the future. Uh, the title of or your discuss about leader of the future Africa.
Yes, yes, the future leaders of Africa.
Okay. So please wait a moment for your discussion until I listen your discussion. After I put my suggestion and I will take
Yeah, if you want to just listen for now, that's fine too. You can always just jump in anytime. So, yeah, we can hear you now. At least that's good. So, you're more than welcome. And Dang has been quiet for a while. Did you have something to say, or are you also just listening?
And so, yeah, I was just listening. Like, I got disconnected and I had to hop back in.
Okay,
So I
okay.
missed like a portion of the conversation. I was going to wait till I understood what was being said before I even said anything.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Yeah, so we were talking about the populace of helping the local people, because there are some things that they can do for themselves, but there's some things that the government needs to get in and do. For example, you know, business wise, most people, they do have a difficulty opening businesses or maintaining or finances, accounts, that sort of thing. So it's in the government's interest to train people in those areas. It's in their interest to try to make local people more self-sufficient and be able to start, you know, sustaining themselves rather than relying on the government. One thing that I do see though in Kenya is this um, copying. I mean, I sometimes I know that it's good to follow something that works. You don't want to reinvent the wheel, but I see that if somebody opens like a chicken store, then all of a sudden there's like 4 or 5 lined up. I don't see people really competing in different ways or trying to make them different. They always seem to follow the same pattern. Or if you have a certain make of there's this certain streets where they make furniture, and you can go and see different kinds of furniture. But the thing is, they always make them the same. There was a time when they were all like this rounded, like the fat arms. I don't know if you, yeah. Do you know what I'm talking about? Tezi or Kaiser? Have you been on that street? It's if you're going towards, well, maybe Buru or Jericho or places like that. So there's a street just lined with couches and furniture making, and they're all nearly all the same. So it's copying something that works, but it also lacks that innovation. So I don't know how they can they can inspire the people to try different things or to open different models.
Yeah, I agree with you. First, you have made 2 points. So let me go talk about the first point you made about what was it? About the government. Yeah, the government training people to be more self-sufficient.
Hmm.
First, before colonization, were we not self-sufficient?
Yes, we were, but we were also under a different system.
Yeah. So something made us into this type of what and this type of situation where we are not self-sufficient, right? That's why I
Illiterates.
always say, not no, no. We were literate. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. This thing of urine we talked about right now. This is actually practiced by our ancestors. This is something I've talked about. I've talked about people who are in the rural areas, and yeah, they said yeah we used to do this a long time ago, but I don't know why. The elderly, they used to do this. They used to urinate on their crops. Like that was like a thing. The fact they used to tell the kids, don't, when it comes to urinate, go to the shamba and urinate in the shamba. So this was a practice that was done. So it was literacy. Sometimes that's why you have to say, because we don't read about our own doctrines, our own logic on our own, we start to look down on it. And I think that's why I always encourage guys, just go. There are so many, and I have to thank also our forefathers, the ones who were there, who got firstly educated during the colonial era and they just, as soon as they could read and write, they began writing books about what the cultures of Africa, their cultures, they began doing that. So there is a lot of books you can read written by Africans about the logic of everything we used to do. You can just, there is a huge library online, so you can just find that. Yeah, that's what I don't know, that was what I was going to say, that we need to go back to, not even go back, we are already forward, but we need to understand why we are like this. And as Kaiser said, that sometimes our solutions are just within us, so they're just practical. I think you've spoken about even the copying. We copy solutions from the West, and we wonder why they don't work over here. This is something we see with the dusty middle class. Like you don't create an industry. You're not created any industries. You're not creating anything new, but you still want to live the same life as the middle class in the West, and you think it's not sustainable. That's why you see Kenyans here celebrating. We don't make even radios in Kenya. Just a radio, you can't make a radio. There's no radio that is made in Kenya. Not even a calculator, it's made in Kenya. You know, I think even the matchboxes, matchsticks are not even. I don't know. I suspect they're not made in Kenya. But all these things that we could be making in Kenya, we're not even making them. But you're celebrating people who, highways instead of investing in industries. Okay, that is just political. But my point is, even with the artists, you can see that there is a lack of creativity within the middle class, and that needs to change. Basically, that's my point. Before that, in the middle class, if they began being creative, as they began starting creating industries, using, like what Kais was saying, using your knowledge to create something that can be built in Africa, that is built, we will be going way, we'll be talking about different things. We will have solved this hunger solution our own way. Instead of using fertilizers that are banned in the West, we are using them here, destroying our own land. Just there's a lot of crazy stuff we could have been avoiding.
Okay, let me take out a second to give an appreciation, Matifi, for the $10 super chat, and I have to read his Dusty comment, which is Dusty Kaizo, where is your crypto gem? So, Dusty Kaizo, where is your crypto gem? Thank you, Matifi. Looks like Dusty Kaizo might have gone for a dusty walk. But in regards to what you said, Mwendetezi, well, I think the reason why we haven't really done a lot for our people is because it's not profitable. When we look at investing in even the youth, when we look at where is the leaders in the youth, people don't see young people as an investment. They just see them as a nuisance, as something to be either used, exploited, or just put out into the market until they're an inconvenience. We don't really treasure our youth. We don't really value them. When I look at the youth culture here, people here worship youth. For them, being young is just the best thing you could be. but that people do everything they can. And we have so many young people, not just with the just the being young, but that being young minded, being able to think and think out solutions way long term. Because when you have your life ahead of you, you can think and plan longer than somebody who's close to death. You understand? So young people have that advantage, that if a country really wanted to develop, they would put their a lot of their eggs in the youth basket, because those are the people who, if there's a problem, they are the ones who may come with it. Not that they're the best to know with experience. You also have to guide your youth. That's why I was talking about having schools, or courses. We don't have schools right now, but courses of leadership, of taking responsibilities, because we can't just assume. We're not in the era where we can just assume that these gifts will be automatically given to somebody who will have them all. You can't just rely on chance and risk and hope that somebody will come out of the masses. You have to prepare people, so that even if you prepare 100 people, if you only get one good one, if you only get one Einstein out of 1,000 idiots, nobody will remember the idiots, but is that one person that will elevate themselves above everybody else that people will remember. So we haven't really put that much into our future generations. So when I was talking about the handover of power, and while you disagreed that, oh yeah, older people should just sugar daddy their way out of life, but I think that it's unfair for them to not prepare the next generation, and even for leaders. One of the reasons why so many movements and organizations have fallen to pieces is because they relied on that cult of that personality. They needed somebody, and even if it was a good person, if you die, everybody has to prepare for that, inevitability, that even if you create something, it is wonderful, it's great, eventually your physical presence is no longer going to be there. Is that thing also going to cease to exist with you? That's why people have family, businesses and so on, because even if you move on, there's still going to be somebody who's going to take over. And that's something that we don't really think about, that you shouldn't just create something for you and yourself. You should think of something that's going to be there even after you're gone, some institution or something. So when you look at the youth, that's why you have to have a place where even if you're not there, and that takes a almost you have to put your ego aside. You have to put your ego first and just blow it all the way up and say, well, I'm going to build this thing and it's going to be named after me, Carnegie or whatever, Chase. But after that, you also have to say, well, I'm still a man, and after I'm gone, somebody will have to take care of it. So I'm going to have to put my trust into somebody who's going to take care of it when I'm gone. And that's something that most people are not ready to do. Even people who start big movements, religions, whatever, they usually die off without naming a successor, because they don't feel that there's somebody who's good enough to step in their shoes. They feel like, I am the one and only. And so a lot of the times they leave their movements in disarray and chaos, because they haven't really to put that leadership and followed somebody through to it. Sometimes they used to do with the kinship, with the sons and fathers sort of thing, but the only problem with that is that there's usually multiple sons, and you have to pick one, and then they'll fight each other and kill each other or whatever. So that was that. But if you are a true leader, one of the lessons that you should learn as a leader is how to not just take on power, but to hand it over, like the beauty pageants queen do. They have the title of Miss Universe for a year, and then they go about waving and doing all this wonderful, beautiful stuff. And then after a year, they have a ceremony where they hand it over to the next one, and they do it very gracefully. Like, I have been the most beautiful person all this time, and now I am ready to give it to the next beautiful person. So, part of leadership is not just about maintaining power, but it's also should be about relinquishing it. All right. Well, damn, I went on for a bit, but yeah, that's all I have to say about that.
Before the colonialists introduced their system of democracy, Was succession planning such a problem? What exactly introduced the problem of not thinking generationally enough to place importance on succession planning?
I think that's a very good question you've talked about, my sister.
Can
First
you
of all,
repeat the question?
What is it that has caused us to not be able to think generationally so that we do not place importance on succession planning? Was succession planning and the ability to think generationally a problem before the colonialists introduced their democratic system? Or this problem of not being able to think generationally, where did it come from?
yeah, I think I have a short answer to that. First of all, if you look at the aspect of government, I don't know. I think I've just said it in this stream that governments are criminal organizations. That's a criminal organization, all governments. And even you could say this is why the kingdoms of Africa were failing, because there's no way you can have a kingdom without oppressing people. There's just it just comes with the deal, you know. And I can see even in East Africa, when you have the perspective of like an upper class, these classes is what I think this story of classes is what prevents society from thinking generationally. And I don't even think Western societies think generationally or future. I think it's the upper classes that are trying to maintain their wealth. So they are trying to think about how we're going to maintain this wealth in the next 50 years, how we're going to maintain this wealth in the next 100. I think that's what the upper classes are thinking in the Western society.
Yeah,
But it looks from us, it looks like as if they're thinking generationally. But I think it's just the upper classes trying to maintain their wealth for generations. That's what I think. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. Like in Western society as a whole, they largely don't think generationally. Like at least over here, we're kind of like coming towards the end of a cycle where like essentially like one generation sold out the next three, and like everything's kind of coming to roost just as a whole, and they're kind of like in their like 70s and 80s now. Like it just in general, like they really don't. They're really kind of more so half of, I'd say like half of them, like at least in my country's problems, and really frankly it's the entire Western world. Like when I thought about it, it's literally the entire Western world. Half of our problems are literally like brought about by like pretty much one generation that pretty much inherited the world after World War II, and they kind of just ruined it for everybody after them. And they were kind of warned beforehand that it was going to happen. It's just they just didn't care. They were more interested in themselves. And the issue is really um and this is kind of like an issue with democracy. You can kind of just vote yourselves the stuff of other people that haven't been born yet. And that's really kind of the long and short of the problem. Pretty much one generation voted themselves the essentially the money of people that hadn't even been born yet, and kind of just in their mindset was, as long as I got my check or as long as I got paid my money, like I'll be dead by the time that problem kind of comes to a head. Um, and literally word for word what he said, they're literally just trying to like essentially like keep and maintain their wealth or whatever as long as they can, even though they're like literally kind of like at death's door at this point. At it's it would require a bit of explanation, but I don't know that anybody wants to hear that explanation.
No, you can go ahead and explain.
Okay. Well, so there were a couple of things that kind of like went into it, but the long story short, are you aware of the term boomer?
Yes.
The baby boom that happened like right after World War II. It's
Mm-hmm.
basically that generation specifically. They pretty much inherited the world after like, after pretty much World War II had ended. And pretty much they were like the first, I'll say generation, like that pretty much I'm trying to find the best way to word it. I'll word it this way. There was like a point in time where there were basically no actual superpowers that could oppose them. They pretty much had more wealth than anybody, and then they pretty much squandered it in the sense that like there was this program called Social Security, and it was brought about, I think it was FDR that did it. I can't remember which one did it, but I do believe it was FDR that brought it about. And pretty much how that was supposed to work or whatever was essentially this program was sold to them as like insurance or whatever. The FDR sold it to them as insurance, and it was Social Security, and I think it was called Medicaid. Pretty much like their medical bills would be covered, and they would basically be paid a certain amount, known as a fixed income. And I think pretty much everybody in the Western world did this. Actually, Europe did it. I think Japan did it, but that really wasn't their fault. That was basically because they kind of just became a territory of the U.S. after World War II ended. So essentially, that had been brought about, and pretty much what was going on was they were pretty much paying money into this system or whatever, and it was going right to the current retirees or whatever. But at the time, the average person only lived to be about maybe 60 years max. Like the life expectancy was different at that time. People didn't live that long, and they were given warning beforehand by the actuarial head of Social Security. He was called to testify before Congress, and he basically had outright said that like it was just a welfare program, and they had only sold it to like the people as insurance to basically get it passed. Now, when you're called before Congress to testify, that goes on public record, and in fact, a different president quoted it and let it like kind of like letting the people know that we kind of had to do something about it. Um, there were multiple attempts to basically, essentially, reform the system or basically just cut it off. And every single time, and it's called the third rail of politics for a reason. Like, you can't talk once you like let people know that they can vote themselves other people's money, and they vote themselves other people's money, and you warn them what's going to happen and you try to reverse it. The problem is that they will immediately vote you out the second you try it. And every person who tried it, they they pretty much either got voted out, or they were pretty much, there was kind of a political shadow cast over them. Um, it wasn't viable. So any person that attempted to reform this program pretty much either got voted out or shut down immediately. And this was all one generation that did it. This is that boomer generation that did it. Now, what eventually happened was is like come 2010, that was when things started to come to roost. Essentially, um, what happened was is like, and a lot of them blamed Barack Obama for this. Which, don't get me wrong, Barack Obama spent a lot of people's. He spent a lot of money that didn't need to be spent. But the problem was is like in about 2010, the national debt jumped from like, say, I think it was 3 or 5 trillion to like 11 in like a year. And they were all blaming Obama for it. But 2010, can anybody guess why that, what year, or like, you know, why that year is significant? Anybody?
2010, was that the year of the bailout?
And say, I don't know. Well, no. Okay, no. The bailout was 2007 to 2008. That was caused by basically pretty much the government forced banks to offer loans to people who really weren't credit worthy, and pretty much they bundled them up into like, you know, they called them subprime mortgages, and they basically bundled them up into good ones, and then pretty much distributed them throughout the financial system as like a pretty much a safe return. And pretty much they weren't credit worthy, so they didn't pay them back. So pretty much when that kind of came to roost, like all faith in the system kind of like it fell apart, and that's kind of what caused that crisis. But 2010 is that's the year that the first set of boomers, you remember the baby boom, that's the year that the first set of boomers were able to qualify for Social Security. That was what that big jump in the budget was. And this is what happened everywhere. And it was just like, frankly, the most apparent in America. And ultimately, that's really kind of like where our budget issue started. Well, it started in two places, but that was one of the big two of our budget issue. So basically, that was the first year that the boomers qualified for Social Security, and when they started again qualifying for it, they all hopped on it. Now, by this time, the life expectancy had like gone way up. I think the average man lives to 70. The average woman lives to like 80 or 90 over here nowadays. So, that's a whole lot more paying. That's a whole lot more paying that people have to do. Now, the thing is like the way the system actually works is basically everybody paying a FICA tax now is pretty much supporting a boomer. Like their money is going directly to like current retirees. Now, the problem is essentially the problem is like when they did that, the boomers didn't have nearly as many children as their parents did. And pretty much every generation has been getting smaller since then. And this is kind of like, Tenzin, do you remember we were having a conversation about feminism and women's rights in Africa? And I kind of came in and I kind of like offered a warning about it. Do you remember that day?
I think I remember it.
Okay. Well, this is kind of ultimately what I was warning about. I couldn't break it down because that would require too much time, but this is kind of like what I was warning about. And this is kind of just ultimately what happens is when people start realize they can vote themselves other people's money. And this is kind of like, and this, I'm going to be frank with you, when you break it down who voted for what, it was the women. Like, I'd have to pull that up and show you, but when you break it down, it was largely the women. This pretty much, don't get me wrong, men are bad, but like there was no way that could have been stopped the second they got the right to vote. So I'll just simplify it for you. When you empower women, they basically do two things with no exception. Every single time this is tried throughout the Western world, it happened the same way. They basically vote themselves a lot of other people's money and they stop having kids. Now, pretty much the deal with that is the boomers didn't vote themselves, or they voted themselves other people's money, but they didn't have the children necessary to support what they were voting for. This is essentially a Ponzi scheme, so it only works so long as like more people are going into the system or putting into the system than the previous set. The boomers didn't do that. The next generation didn't do that. Meaning they're not having more kids than the previous generation. So this is ultimately coming to roost. And that's what's kind of like feeling a lot of kind of what's going on. If you've kind of seen some of the chaos in the West, this is the big I'd say one of the two big problems is pretty much essentially, again, they didn't have the children necessary to support the welfare state that they voted for. So what's happening now is, you remember a second ago I mentioned $10 trillion being printed. You know why they did that, right?
For the Social Security?
Pretty much, long story short, their welfare state. It's when people have the right to vote, and I mentioned just a second ago, it's called the third rail of politics for a reason. When they vote themselves other people's money, any person who tries to basically negotiate with them, talk about maybe we should make some cutbacks here, they're immediately voted out. They will not accept any cuts in the budget. Nobody is talking about it. So the only way to pay for that, which, is you can either A, print money, B, tax money, 3, borrow money. We've already borrowed everything that we could, and we still have to pay interest on that. You can only tax so much money. And I was talking to Big E about this. It's called the Laffer curve. There's a sweet spot on taxes, and you have to understand this when you're taxing people, and this is why the quote unquote eating the rich thing doesn't work. And this is kind of like a phenomenon that's basically found everywhere. And pretty much the more you raise tax rates, you see less tax receipts. Meaning the more you raise taxes, the less money you get back in taxes. There's a sweet spot where you basically, and you have to find it depending, and it differs depending on the population, but essentially there's a sweet spot in taxes. Typically, or at least for us, it's around maybe 16 to 17%. But that sweet spot is pretty much where people are willing to, I guess, essentially tolerate taxes before they change their behavior. There's a point in which when you raise taxes where people would just simply stop working because they know they won't reap the benefits of the rewards. Like, what's the point of working if I'm not going to see profit for me and my exploits?
I think part of the problem the USA is in such a mess is that they are not utilizing the brain power that is available to them. They could have a society that generates more wealth and perhaps would not require all these cuts that people are advocating if they would stop having extremely brilliant people riding Uber and cleaning people's houses and not being able to contribute to generating wealth in the society. But that is what they have done. America is paying for its prejudice. That is the reason America is suffering. It is paying for its prejudice. Yes, you are right to some extent to say that, okay, they didn't plan ahead for the baby boomers whose life expectancy has increased. But I'm not sure this solution that people have cited, having more children, is the solution. I'm not sure of that because They're not giving people the opportunities to reach their full potential. If we have more children who are not allowed to study in the fields that they are in which they are passionate, you know, I have never seen such gatekeeping to keep people out of the fields of passion as I have seen in the USA. It's as though there are people within fields who decide we will only allow a certain number of people to study in this field and no more. That is an anomaly. The
Well,
USA shot itself in the foot.
so there are certain instances with that where I agree with you, like, and it's part of the reason, say, like, one of the I'd say 4 or 5 reasons that I'd say healthcare is so expensive in the U.S. is because the AMA basically throttles the amount of doctors that they're willing to train in a certain amount of time. They're basically artificially keeping the amount of doctors low so they can keep the wages high. That kind of is something that should be dealt with, and I agree with you. But when we're talking about having more children, like, you have to understand that is, well, frankly, it's too late now. But that was basically the only thing that was going to keep us from, like, going the path that we're going to go over here. What I'm saying is not necessarily having more children for more children's sake. What I'm saying is like, if you're going to vote for a welfare state, you must have the children necessary to pay for that welfare state. Your population can't be shrinking. It has to be growing. You need more tax receipts paying into the system, or you're going to have a budgetary crisis.
Right.
If you're going to do that, then
I have
there's
a
other ways that
question.
you can do to fix that, which is what we're doing right now. We're basically printing money, which is, again, that goes into one of the first things I said when I came in here earlier. That's why stuff is getting so expensive over here. There comes a point where, like, printing money eventually makes everything unaffordable. That's the inevitable. You eventually get to hyperinflation. You have to basically, what I'm saying, you basically have, it's about trade-offs. You can't have this and that. You have to make a decision on certain things. If you're going to have a welfare state, you have to be willing to pay the taxes, willing to, again, pretty much fund the level of government that you want. And then B, you have to have the amount of children necessary to basically keep that going. Because you're not going to be working forever. Eventually your body goes out, and so does your mind. It's not an issue of having children for children's sake. It's an issue of basically, what do you want and what are you willing to trade out for it? Or pretty much everybody who tries this and doesn't make the trade-off basically winds up pretty much essentially running into the same problem. And that's really what Europe's problem is too. Like, the euro is going to go before the dollar goes, honestly. Japan's having the same problem. Nobody's having kids. They haven't cut their welfare state. So, like, and again, that's, if you didn't know why Europe was bringing in all the people from, like, there's like, how there's like a large influx of, like, Africans and people from the Middle East that they had brought in.
Yes.
The reason, and again, this is in actually, I think page 5 of that EU paper that was posted in 2000. There was a specific reason why they brought them in. It wasn't from the gracious and goodness of their heart. They were trying to bring in taxpayers to fund their welfare state that they didn't want to cut, because nobody there was having children. And why was nobody having children? Well, again, they empowered their women. Nobody was willing to make the trade-off. And you can't talk about making a cut, because once people realize they can vote themselves other people's money, any person who talks about making a cut in that, they're immediately voted out. What I'm saying is, in the Western world, they haven't figured out that most people haven't figured out that you can't have things both ways. You have to be willing to make trade-offs. And frankly, I hope Africa like kind of just looks at us and doesn't make the same mistake that the Western world made. Like, you have to be willing to basically make the trade-offs necessary for the level of government that you want. And then understand that like there's a trade-off to like, I'd say again, the empowerment of women. Tanzan, this is like what we were talking about how long ago. It's not because like, I have like some beef with women or I have like a problem with women per se or whatever. It's just that there's only two ways to basically guarantee like that your birth rate is positive. You either have to disempower your women, or B, have war. Those are the only two proven ways to basically get your birth rate up. I pretty much past the point of you need, frankly, at least three. The average birth rate, or pretty much it has to be 3, because if it's like 2.1 is replacement, because pretty much if you have one for each parent, like you basically you just replaced both parents, or you pretty much both parents inside the workforce or whatever. But if one of those kids dies, then you have a problem. So it has to be at least 3. America pretty much imported Europe imported a bunch of people from like the Middle East and Africa. America imported, I think, 1/3 of Mexico's population over the past 20 years. So we've pretty much brought in pretty much as many people as we could have brought in. The problem is that when people basically come over here, within pretty much one generation, the first generation of people may be different culturally speaking, but the second they kind of become westernized, and they kind of, at least over here when they broke it down, as far as like the Latino birth rate, the first generation come in and they have kids, but the second generation, once they grow up here and they're kind of westernized, they basically do the same thing that like normal Westerners do. They don't have kids. And I hate to be that guy, but it's kind of like a necessity. Now, I feel like just in general, there are things that we definitely could have done, and and again, I say we, but like I'm not old myself. I'm only like 27. I turned like not too long ago. But there's definitely things that could have been done as far as like giving, like we didn't even have to like say invest towards the youth, but we didn't have to rip them off like we did. Ideally, you want to put an investment in your youth. That's, again, the future belongs to those who have children, and you want to basically put an investment towards those children. But again, this is Tanzan. You asked how a specific generation pretty much sold out the other 3. That's how. Basically, they voted themselves money that wasn't. They voted themselves money from generations that weren't born yet, and then they didn't have the children necessary to even pay for those things that they voted for. And when the government pretty much realized that they didn't have the money to pay for it, they just started printing money. That's the phase we're in now. That's what the U.S. and the Euro, or the U.S. and the European Union is that's what they're in now. Sorry, that's my work phone. I don't know if that's a decent enough explanation, Tenzin, but do you hear me? Did she fall asleep?
I'm wondering whether she got disconnected from her Wi-Fi.
I know I kind of speak in a very monotone voice sometimes. I wonder if I put her to sleep.
No, I don't think that's the reason. You know what worries me a lot about the USA?
What?
Part of the inability to generate more wealth in the society so that there can be more wealth available for everyone is their problematic education system. If you look at the average university syllabus, it seems as though there is a lot of value on cramming as much information as possible into a very short space of time called a semester. The depth of analysis has been sacrificed for volume of information in a short time. There are multiple choice exams which call for a certain type of it's not even analysis, it's just a sort of pattern recognition. A lot of America's problems lie in the education system, and they're creating a population of people that seems to be losing the depth of analysis that humans should have. What do you think of this? This is not good for problem solving.
And say, at least as far as like our education system, I will say public schools are trash. And then B, like at least as far as like, you know, grade say 1 through 12, as far as like, you know, the college or, you know, university. So a lot of that was pretty much destroyed by the government in the sense that so to break that down, pretty much what happened is and again there was a time where like, you know, US education was valued because it was considered, you know, top tier, but that is certainly not the case now. And that's not to say that there aren't, you know, decent places to learn and, you know, that there aren't things that you can learn. It's just more so that the quality of the education is nowhere near what it used to be. And what happened is basically pretty much people decided that education should be a right. So they basically pretty much demanded that the government give out loans to people. There was a time where pretty much the only people who went to college were basically really smart people and really rich people. That was it. And a lot of people basically associated college with success. And it's like, that's not necessarily the case. It's more so correlation without cause. It's just that like people who are really smart and people who are really rich tend to basically do better in society because either A, they have the wits to go about and win in society, or B, they have the financial advantage that just simply puts them in the right place in the right time to succeed. But that's not necessarily college itself. So what happened was they basically demanded that the government started giving out loans to people, so that it was so basically college education was more readily accessible. So pretty much what happened was the student loan industry was pretty much it was pretty much what's the word for it? There's a specific word. It was pretty much nationalized. And they basically started getting out loans to basically anybody that could fill out a student loan application, really. And when colleges realized that they were pretty much when they started realizing that there was like a sudden influx of kids and that they could get paid more simply because that they could, you know, simply because they got somebody in the school, they basically raised the price. well, I'll rewind that back because I worded that incorrectly. Pretty much when they realized that they could charge anything they wanted and get paid because the government was basically going to pay the money up front, they basically did two things. Again, it rose the price of college exponentially. And then B, they basically just started creating a bunch of degrees that are like degrees and classes that are like useless, pretty much. Like things like what's it called? I'm like running at a loss for words. I'm sorry. I've been like up for like hours. But things like, say, like a journalism degree. Years ago, this wasn't a thing. You just showed up at a paper, you put in an application, and you wrote. And if you did good work, you stayed. And if you didn't do good work, you were fired. But now there's a degree for it. This isn't useful anywhere. Like, they're basically, essentially, it's more so like, I guess, in a way, I'd say gatekeeping in a way. But they basically have like a bunch of degrees for things that you don't need degrees for. And a lot of people kind of run up to college. They kind of sold them this idea that college was pretty much the end all be all to, like, success and living the lifestyle that you want to live. And that was not the case. They kind of essentially lied to a bunch of kids and sold them out. And then they reached, like, adulthood. They finally got out of school. They're wrecked in like thousands of dollars of debt, which, again, it's federal debt, so you can't file bankruptcy and get out of. And they don't really have anything useful. Like, pretty much, unless you went to school to be a doctor, pretty much a doctor or an engineer. Really anything that requires, like, that you have your name on a piece of paper to do. Like, you pretty much wasted your time going to college because you can learn it yourself.
And what I'm hearing while you're speaking is that the real problem is the greed of powerful people in the USA. That's what I am hearing.
Well,
and nobody
it's
addresses this
people.
greed. That's the reason that the quality of education has been reduced. They have found a way to make it a mill for churning out money that some people are benefiting from. It's corporate
Well,
greed.
there's two. I would say it's two people. One, it's the colleges. They raised those prices and they basically offered school, or basically school in useless fields, to a bunch of kids who didn't know any better. They're the ones who charge what they charge for a degree. They're partly responsible for that. But at the same time, it's also the people's fault for basically saying that school should be a right that everyone has.
How do you create a society that is at a certain level if you don't educate everyone?
And say you don't have to educate everyone. Like, the issue is like, people who want education will seek out education. People who want to do other things will do out other things. Not everybody wants to or even is suited to be, like, a doctor.
No,
Not
the when
everybody
I say
wants to.
education, I don't mean a professional, that's not what I mean. I mean the quality of thinking, the quality of analysis of each person. I don't mean everyone must be a professional. That's not what I mean.
Are you talking on, say, like, the average person, or like you're talking in the
Yes,
college
the
level?
average person, the
Oh,
average
you say
person.
simple. That's very simple. Get rid of public schools. And that may seem counterintuitive to you. I don't know if it does, but, like, pretty much get rid of public schools because, one, and again, so the issue is that, like, at least when it comes to public schools compared to, like, say, a private, like, because a person is paying to basically, either a private or a charter school, People are basically choosing the school and, like, basically paying to basically choose this school to ensure that their child or, their children are basically learning. And basically, and they're basically, when they do that, they also get to choose what they're learning. Whereas when you're talking about the public school system, because the government is paying for it, the government will tell you what your children are going to learn. They won't necessarily tell you, but they're basically going to make up their mind, and they're going to go about it the way they want to go about it because they're a public program. Like, when you basically privatize things, you basically add the incentive. You add responsibility of the teacher in the school system to the parents who want to see their child educated and knowing things. Whereas when it's like a public utility, they're not really responsible. Like, who are they held accountable to? Around in a free market, and I'm giving like this is like a poor explanation, and in the sense that, like, it's not worded the best, but when there's a financial incentive to ensure that a child is educated, like, people react differently because that's their job. Like, and again, if you've ever, like, seen like a Western public school, it's pretty sucky in the sense that, like, if you didn't know, like, there's this thing called a public sector union in the US. It's specifically the teachers union. And pretty much they're the people who pretty much they're allowed to unionize, but the problem is that when you're unionized, that's typically against a privatized or like a private entity, or like say a corporation, or like or an employer. But when the employer is like the people, like, there's nobody to hold them accountable to, like, because they were allowed to unionize. You kind of have to get rid of the teachers union. Like, this is why it's so hard to fire a teacher when they basically show up to class drunk, which when I was coming up, I saw that a lot. Yeah, we don't know what happened to Tanzan. I'm sorry. I really don't.
I
But
think USA has a problem of poor work ethic. There
I
are
agree.
places where people have salaries that are lower than those of the USA, but when they come to class to teach children, they care whether those children learn. Right? The USA has created citizens with poor values, and as a result of these poor values, poor work ethic, greed in the form of just generating ways to make money while not providing services of great value. And it seems like they don't see the value of truly serving people out of the goodness of one's heart, out of genuinely caring. That is the main problem. That is more of a problem in the USA. And that is one of the main causes of its great problem of not being able to sustain the lives of its citizens. The values.
Well, I would say that like, there are places where, like, those values should come into play, but, like, you have to understand that, like, especially when it comes to, like, providing services and products, you can't rely on that. Like, the best way to deal with people's greed is to pretty much direct it. At least as far as, like, because in the sense that, like, it's natural for a human being to be greedy. If you've looked at human beings, we're kind of crappy.
Yeah, no, I'll give you one example. Sorry to interrupt you, but the USA is just thinking about it is burdensome to me. There are people who are, let's call them eye surgeons. They will see a problem in someone's eyes and they will remove the jelly called the vitreous within the person's eyes. Why are they doing this? Will it add any, improve the patient's sight for that particular problem? No. But they are doing it because they can bill the insurance company for this procedure, which requires great skill to perform. And so there's a great monetary value placed on that particular procedure. Now, do you see what I mean when I say the values of Americans? You don't see this happening in the countries that President Trump called excrement hole countries. You don't see people, malicious enough to do unnecessary procedures on patients on their eyes of all organs. But in the USA, I don't understand it. This is capitalism gone rogue.
Well, technically speaking, the U.S. hasn't had capitalism since like really the Federal Reserve, but
no, I don't mean capitalism in the strict economic sense. I mean in the thinking, in the minds of people, where every human encounter is reduced to a means of generating funds.
Well, so again and again, the way to deal with what you just described is you have to remove pretty much employee provided health insurance. That's pretty much, if you don't know, there's like a law that pretty much mandates that it pretty much, it's not necessarily a law. Basically, employers are hit with like a major tax fine if they don't basically pay pretty much their employees certain benefits, specifically employee provided health insurance. Now, the issue with it is like when people are paying out of pocket as opposed to paying using insurance or whatever, the doctor or say the eye surgeon is now basically directly held directly accountable to say the person who's paying out of their pocket, not necessarily the insurance company. And this happens all the time. There's actually a really good at least as far as like healthcare goes, there's a documentary that I would recommend. It's called it's by a guy named John Cecil. He was on ABC back in the 90s, and it's called America, Whose Body Is It Anyway? Or I think that's the name of it. I'm kind of paraphrasing it. But the problem with it is pretty much the problem with what you're describing is the employee provided health insurance, and the people using insurance for something that they could say pay out of pocket for. Because when you're paying out of your pocket, you want to ensure two things you're going to do differently. One, you're going to pay, or at least as far as you're going to shop around and see one who has the best record as far as say the procedure you're talking about, or at least as far as taking care, who has the best record and reputation of taking care of their patients. And then B, you're going to look for the price, who also has the best price. Now, when you're basically paying out of your pocket and the doctor knows that you're paying out of your pocket, and they're not, I'll say it's not the norm to basically go, well, let's look at your insurance to pay for it. There are really only certain things that really should be covered by insurance, frankly speaking. And that's because and the purpose of insurance is to cover the risk of something. Now, say like a checkup. Do you know how many, at least as far as there are a lot of hospitals that can't exactly tell you a specific price for say a simple procedure or a checkup. And the reason for that is because they basically don't go to they don't have a free market on, say, healthcare. Like these procedures, they can't tell you the price of it because they normally just send it to their insurance, where they can now negotiate essentially a different price and get a whole lot more money because they know the insurance company is going to pay it. Because again, we have there's a mandate on like employee provided health insurance. The government is forcing them to provide that to them. Now, when you remove, say, the insurance company, then again, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be an insurance company. I'm saying that it has a specific place, probably for like actual, like, you know, things that actually cost a lot of money to, like, you know, treat, like, say, you know, a rare form of cancer or somewhere, you know, or some rare what's it called, neurological disorder or something, on that, something very specific that costs a lot of money to treat, you would actually use insurance to cover you for. But like, say, day-to-day treatment on certain things, then that should be paid out of pocket. So that way, basically, there's no middleman essentially getting in the way. If this doctor messes it up, the doctor pretty much has every reason to give you the best price that he can get, so he can have your business, and then B, not mess up whatever treatment or misdiagnose you, because if he screws it up, that again, you're the person who's paying for it. The issue in this specific case is basically the government basically pushing insurance companies into something that they normally didn't cover up until, again, they got involved.
I think the government did that to protect its citizens from the rogue capitalism of the insurance companies that just wanted to take money from everyone and provide no coverage.
No, so this was actually, I think it was FDR that did this. He was the president during, I think, around World War II, but he did this specifically because he was having a difficult time essentially trying to acquire government employees. So he basically he put a price cap. He put a price cap on how much you could pay, at least pay an individual, or pay an individual as far as, like, you know, wages goes. And so like, at least as far as like how it started, basically they couldn't pay you a certain amount of money because FDR put a cap on wages, meaning he told employees that they couldn't pay, or he told employers that they couldn't pay employees a certain amount of money. Then what happened is like, the only way that they can attract employees and compete with, again, the government who was trying to acquire employees at the time, was basically they had to pay them in benefits like insurance and other stuff. That was how that initially started. It was basically the government getting involved in something that they really shouldn't have been getting involved in.
No, I think the government got involved to protect the people from these companies, which brings me back to my argument of values. Values. The problem is the people who run these insurance companies have poor values. And how is it nobody finds this is a problem?
Well, the thing is, like, that's not how that started. We know how that started. It's not like it's like a secret. We know what FDR did.
No, but do you think these insurance companies really do have the care of citizens at heart? You believe this?
An insurance company?
Yes.
It's a business that's designed to cover risk.
Well, right. Everybody justifies this type of I mean, and they look at the welfare state with scorn. People participate in the society by working, providing services, giving, I mean, huge portions of their time for the good of the society, and they should get back nothing in return.
So and again, this is just me personally, like, I don't believe that government should do anything other than these two things. A, keep people from infringing on the rights of other people, or keep citizens from infringing on the rights of other citizens. And then B, keeping pretty much foreigners from infringing on the rights of the people, the rights and the properties of the people that they basically govern. That's it. Everything else we can figure out.
That's how things were before, and obviously people didn't like it.
No, what happened is like people got the so at least as far as like how this goes, like it was fine the way it was. At least as far as like, and again, because it really wasn't that way, say before, whatever, like, because like before technically capitalism exists, we had what was it called?
Feudalism
And serfdom, like, which pretty much they were basically slaves. They were tied to the land of like that. They were basically property. And that property was pretty much whoever owned the property owned the land, and then whoever owned the land pretty much also owned whoever was working it. They were pretty much tied to the land. They were serfs and they weren't free. They were basically pretty much doing what their father did, because I think that technically started under a Roman emperor named Diocletian, if I'm not mistaken. He was the one who started that. He was basically trying to ensure that like there was never a shortage of anything or whatever. So he basically mandated that like essentially whatever your father was, you were by law forced to be. And that lasted well into like the middle of the Dark Ages and Middle Ages. Like that was what we had for capitalism. At least when we have capitalism, we have like economic mobility. But technically speaking, like the difference is, at least as far as like in the West, like, and this is just my personal, I'm, and again, this is not me saying my values are universal. Me personally, I just don't want to like live in a society where like, at least as far as like my perfect society, the government doesn't do anything other than keep foreigners from infringing on our basic human rights and our property, and keep, again, citizens from infringing upon the basic human rights of other people. So that's basically the police, the military, the courts. That's it. It seems like every single time they get involved in anything else, it pretty much ruins, it creates a problem.
I have a feeling what is at fault is not government intervention in itself. It's the values of the people who comprise the government who are proceeding with the wrong type of intervention. That is what I think is the problem. The problem isn't government intervention. The problem is the people in the government don't have, one, the integrity, two, the wisdom, and three, genuine concern for its citizens. And that's why the intervention is always wrong. It comes back to a values problem in the USA. And that's why these days nobody respects that country, because they are looking at the way things seem to work always for the top 1%. And I'm saying this as somebody who's a doctor myself. I'm not just someone who's envious of the top 1%. I am seeing the level of injustice in the US society, and that's why I have absolutely no respect for the USA these days. I used to respect it when I didn't know better. But now that I am actually doing a little research into how the USA works, I am wondering, are these people serious? They're going into other people's countries and telling them how to run their countries. And what they have is a racket of epic proportions, especially in healthcare. They have no business advising anyone to call other countries excrement hole countries, as the former president did. And his country is the biggest excrement hole healthcare I have ever seen.
So, at least as far as like, and again, I think the issue, So you're talking about values, but the reality of it is like values aren't universal, and you cannot force them to be. If you try, you will be met with violent resistance, and you may not win. At least when it comes to like values and everything, I realize that I cannot expect everybody to have the values that I want. What I can expect is that like power won't be used a certain way if that power doesn't exist. So I can't expect a person like, sitting in office to basically like, let's say they're sitting in like, the position of power in government. I can't expect them to act the way I want them to act because they aren't like their values are not my values and they're not universal. Nor can I force them to be. But what I can expect them to do is to not use a power that doesn't exist. As long as we don't allow it to exist, they can't do anything outside of that. And that's all. I just want them to play in the realm that I allow them to play in. And that's all I can really ever hope to expect. To expect more is to basically, it's kind of like stepping towards utopia, which I cannot, like, I'm just a man. I'm not interested in building utopia. I'm just trying to live the best life I can, and I just don't want to be bothered by other people. When the government has too much power, it almost, frankly, even if you have one person who does it right, and this is kind of like I was having a discussion with a person that he was a well, what is it called? He was a reactionary who basically wants a pretty much a just king dictator, or they basically want to go back to monarchy. They just want one good king. The problem is for every say one good king you get, there's probably 10 terrible ones. But as long as it's like it's great in my lifetime, that's fine. Right. That was his mindset. It's like, well, what about the next generation? With at least with my system and what I prefer and what I believe in, like, I can be sure that certain powers won't be used against my children or like, or the next generation or whatever, if those powers never existed in the first place. Even if the person doesn't have the values that I necessarily believe in, even if they're, say, like, an immoral person who puts nothing but greed over themselves, like, I can trust him to basically do nothing more than what he has the power to do. So let's say he wants to, like, he wants to abuse his power in certain ways, or he wants to get involved, or he wants to, like, pretty much if he doesn't have the power to intervene in certain realms, then we're good. Because I know he won't do it because he can't. And that's just my personal opinion. I prefer government to be small because I understand that like the values that I have aren't necessarily always going to be the values that other people have. So the only way to keep a governor or like, whoever's in the seat of power from like abusing their power or like, becoming corrupt is to basically not give them the power to do the things that I know a person would say different values might do.
I certainly agree with you on that point. I absolutely agree. It's just that sometimes the people who are powerful in the society also there needs to be some sort of force to counteract the tyranny of these people. It's not only the government that can become tyrannical. The wealthy in the society also have their own tyranny that they produce in the population.
So again, that kind of falls into the realm of like what I said. I kind of do believe is the role of government is to basically keep people from infringing on the basic human rights and like the property of other people.
Absolutely.
And then keep foreign nations from infringing on the basic human rights and property of other, like, of the people it's governing. That's pretty much all I really want. Like, and it's not to say I understand. Again, it goes back to what I said what I was saying a second ago. Not everybody's going to have the values that I have, and I can't expect them to, I can't expect them to do that, because as human beings, we're flawed creatures, and frankly, more often than we're not, more often than not, we're kind of terrible towards each other. So the only way to basically keep these things from happening is to basically have systems that direct greed where it needs to be directed, and systems that keep people in check. That's pretty much all I really advocate for. It's just when you were talking about, like, like, say, the demonization of welfare or whatever. Like, my problem with welfare, I have two big problems with welfare. It's like, I kind of explained it to you a second ago. That was kind of that talk that beforehand. But B, like, at least as far as like welfare goes, like, when the government basically has to provide a program, or like, people say they want a program, you have to basically like take the money from whoever you're taking this money from to basically provide this program. B, you have to like hire a bunch of government employees to basically administer and like keep the program going and moving. And that's really the problem. When you do that, you're expanding the size of the government. You're basically adding people and different interests into the government. Like, if you didn't realize how America works, you were talking about, like, how America kind of goes around telling people what to do, yada yada yada. A lot of times, and again, sometimes it is elected officials, but a lot of times, like, if you didn't know, America pretty much has like an unelected fourth branch of government. Like, they're unelected by. They're basically, them by, they pretty much have like a bunch of 3-letter acronyms and agencies. They run around basically like assassinating people and fomenting coups and funding terrorism in different regions or whatever.
Yes.
They all the time, and they're accountable to no one. But how did they get there in the first place? Well, people decided that this is a program that should exist. And like, the problem is like, when you do that, you have to bring in the employees to do so. And when you bring in the employees to do so, well, again, you're not exactly electing them, are you? You can't really elect them. They have to be appointed by the people who basically you do elect. And that's really the big problem. When you bring in these government employees, they have their own interests, and they do move with their own interests all the time. There were people bragging about, like, during the last administration, there were literally people bragging about the fact that they basically completely disobeyed the sitting president, which was against the law at the time. But they knew that they could do it anyway, because the president was only going to be there at least until he gets voted out. Like, it's nearly impossible to get rid of a government employee. This is what I was talking about when I was talking about like the school system over here. It's so trash because, like, we pretty much, there's, again, a bunch of government employees. That's what the teachers union is. They teach what they want. They don't work when they want. They pretty much do whatever they please. And they do it because they know they'll never get fired, because they're accountable to no one. They're part of that unelected fourth branch of government.
I think you're right on that. I hope you come again. You have made some very, very vital points. and I'm grateful for your presence. But I need to get to a class, and I'm not seeing Tanzan or anyone who has the host powers to add others to the stream, and
Yeah,
I need to leave.
yeah. Please do.
So I really do hope you come again, because I don't want to be late for my class. But we do have another show later today if you would like to. We would be grateful to have you again on that show. That's Biggie's Diaspora Talks.
Yeah.
Which starts at what time does that? So at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. So you're welcome to join that stream.
Well, thank you. I don't want to hold you up. Please.
Okay. Thanks so much for coming. And thank you for the participation of everyone in the chat. We always welcome the participation of our family members here at SNN. So have a good day.
Yes. Thank you for having me.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
So guys, I think Tanzan forgot to end the show, right? I believe Tanzan forgot to end the show, so I think I'm just gonna go ahead and finish this show, right? Yeah, I feel like so Tanzan. I think she left and she forgot to end the show, but it's all good. Let me just end this show, and while ending this show, I need to remind you guys a couple of things. Um, let me remind you guys this, all right? You all know that, guys, we are fundraising for the offices. That's something that we are doing. So let me just show the page right here so that you guys may actually contribute and do something. If you are able to contribute to support the establishment of our offices, here is the link in the comment section. I'm going to share with you guys right here. Go through this link and support us. So far we have 3,811 euro. We want to hit 4,000 euros, so help us if you can. Right, the work we're doing is beautiful, it's amazing. Even right now, as I'm saying, I'm outside, I'm far away. I came here to create some content to share with you guys, and it's something about Africa. It's about organic food, and basically it's sad that in today's world we still import food from outside coming to Africa, right? Well, we have everything, we can use it and we can enjoy food for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? It's sad that we do that. So I just came here and I met a few local entrepreneurs, people who are actually doing something with organic food, and I'm gonna release that episode very soon. Maybe today or even tomorrow, I'll be releasing that video. So I hope you guys can support and kind of like learn from all these local, business owners and what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? There's so much to learn from what they do, and I just hope this will be the moment for us to learn from one another. So, guys, support. Hit this, link in the comment section and donate whatever you got. I love you guys, and I just came here to end this because Tanzan, I think she didn't finish this. I'll see you guys another time. I love you. Bye bye.